There it is. All right. Hey, everyone. How's it going? I know I am a little late. I apologize. Lo and behold, work ran over. But we're good. It's a Tuesday. We all survived Monday. Everyone's feeling hopefully at least okay. We did finish, for those of you who missed last stream, we did finish our Crying Crystal Nuzlocke. It was very fun. Enjoyed it very much. Learned that stat experience is very busted. As you can see, that is Pokemon Colosseum over there. But it's not. This is Pokemon Grand Colosseum that we are now Nuzlocking. We do have a few modified rules for it, of course, because Colosseum's really weird. So we'll kind of go through those. We didn't get super far, so we didn't really hit many of those rules already. As you can see, oh look, there's my mouse. As you can see, it's all the standard stuff. It's just a good game. This is actually probably one of my favorite. This might be my favorite spin-off. Actually, is this considered main series? I don't have an answer to that. Anyway, this is Pokemon Grand Colosseum. This ROM hack did include the physical special split. It includes the fairy type, a bunch of new moves. It's got new TMs, no new Pokemon necessarily. No like Gen 4, new lag spikes. No Gen 4 Mon or anything like that. But it does have like dual wing beat. We already have Moonlight and what's the other one? Morning Sun on our Umbreon and our Espeon. And it also comes with some additional typings. As you can see, Furt is normal ground here, which is, lo and behold, not normal. Hidden abilities. We got shell armor going on. It's a pretty great game, gotta say. I played a little bit of it casually, actually quite a bit of it casually, but I remember not a whole lot. We do have documentation, so we're just gonna go. We're gonna have a good old time here. But first, you guys gotta get with the jazz, right? Because I totally forgot to unmute game audio. I really need like a sign to remind me to do that. Anyway, there we go. Okay, so we've got Sir here and Rhyme. This is Dual Square. This is where things get interesting. So here's my situation, right? I know where the shadow Pokemon are, everywhere. So typically in a Nuzlocke, you only get one encounter per area, per route, per cave, per city, that kind of thing, right? However, the lowest game that I have found, the lowest number of encounters you can get in a different game other than Colosseum, is like 70. I don't know exactly how accurate that is, especially with Dupe's Claws going on. You saw in Crystal, we had an insane number. We had over 40. Granted, you had 2 regions, but even in our double platinum run, we were rocking, we were probably rocking over 30. Easy. And we actually didn't get all of the encounters we could have, just because I didn't want to spend the time getting them, or actually no, typically that, or I guess there were a couple that I was just like, there's nothing great here. We could get an encounter. It's not worth it, in my opinion. Emerald, we skipped a bunch of encounters. Emerald has so many encounters. Because again, time aspect, or we just didn't need them. A bunch of them were water types, didn't need the water types. Anyway, the reason I bring that up is because you normally get over 30 encounters. Why am I saying this? Because there's like 17 locations in this game. But there's like 30 shadow Pokemon, which is a normal number of encounters. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna catch get one shot to catch every shadow Pokemon. If we miss the shadow Pokemon because it faints, that sucks to be us. Should have played around the crit range or whatever. Yeah. So we're just gonna have to watch that. That's the plan, at least. Now, I do, like I said, I know each of these people, I don't know, I just have another word, people, has a shadow Pokemon. The issue is, I don't remember who has what. And I really... What the heck was that? Really wish I did. Okay. Because then we could plan this out a little better. What I do... Oh my gosh. Okay. I'm gonna drive myself nuts. I keep hitting my stand. There we go. Okay. So what I think we're gonna do is we're gonna nix some people, right? This guy does not have a shadow Pokemon. This girl does not have a shadow Pokemon. Each of these four, plus this dude, and maybe that guy? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so all 6 of these people have shadow Pokemon. I don't remember who is who. I do know that this guy and this guy are stronger than all of these. That's all I remember. What we really don't want to find right off the bat... Well, no, Misdreavus is actually a pretty good one to find immediately, because we have the Furret. And its big attacking move is Shadow Ball. We just have to be kind of careful. Misdreavus is part Fairy in this, so it won't be super affected by Bite, which is... it also has its stats buffed, so that's kind of scary, I believe. Whiscash is obviously really good. The problem is it has Muddy Water. There's definitely like a good, quote, good order to do these in. It's just really hard to actually achieve that order, especially when you don't know where anything's at. So, what I think we're gonna do... I'm gonna scroll down here real quick. Okay. Is just kind of start moving. I feel like this guy has the Noctowl. This one has the Flaffy, and I think Flaffy is honestly the best one to start with, because while it does have T-Bolt, and that's going to hurt a lot, we do have an Umbreon, and we have a Furret that is immune to T-Bolt. But I think we lead Espeon because there is a Breloom. The Breloom does have Bullet Seed, which makes it kinda scary. Let's actually look between Furret and Umbreon real quick. Look at that defense value and that health value. Okay, so Umbreon's definitely a better lead here. So let's switch. And then if the Flaffy starts T-bolting, we can switch to Furret with whoever it's T-bolting. Yeah, I think this is a pretty good one. So I'm guessing that this one has the Breloom. If not, it's gonna be Sunflora, I think. Whiscash would be kind of rough, but I think we can still deal with Whiscash. Here we go. Let's find out if I'm right. So the Flaffy trainer and the Whiscash trainer only have 2 Pokemon. So our big thing is just going to be catching one and moving on. Okay, so this is... This is really important for us, actually. So this is the Performer Girl. And there's the Flaffy. Now, status effects would be great. So what we're going to go for here is actually taking out the Umbreon, or the Umbreon, the Breloom, and then, excuse me, hoping that the Flaffy goes for Thunder Wave on someone, because in this generation, electric types can be paralyzed, and we have Synchronize. Okay, boom, Breloom down, easy. This is very good for us. There's T-Wave. Oh, it has a Cherry Berry. That's okay, we can still work with that because our Umbreon is also synchronized. Or synchronized? And so what we can do is just, I mean, take the T-Wave again, right? So, good. Bum, bum, bum. Okay, so that didn't do any damage, and that's actually kind of what we want right now. So we're going to Swift again, and we're going to Bite. And I think this is the safest way to kind of whittle it down slightly. Alright, now it's confused again, right? Okay, ooh, it just goes straight for the T-Bolt. Oh, that did a lot of damage. Okay, and we're paralyzed. Okay. Again, kind of works out. So let's go ahead and switch to Furret, who does have significantly higher defense than an Espeon. We're going to Bite one more time. This is where things get a little scary. But thankfully we actually have Umbreon in the second slot and Furret in the first. So we can throw a Pokeball with Furret and... Why did that do so much? I don't think that should have killed. That's really bad, though. If we lose 2 more, we might have to reset because we just won't have the Mons to do a whole lot. That was catastrophic. That did so much damage. It didn't do a quarter, did it? Maybe I just I was thinking it did closer to like a 5th. Maybe it was a high roll, low roll kind of thing. That really sucks. Flaffy, like, Ampharos is actually amazing in this game because it has like 115. No, it has higher than that. 125, 135, something like that. Special attack. So losing that is absolutely catastrophic. I kind of want to reset. Alright, well, if that was the Flaffy, I think this guy has the Whiscash for us. Yeah. Yeah. Yep, okay. So there's that. Alright, again, we're just gonna try and get rid of this thing. I don't remember if Psyduck's part Psychic in this. So this will tell us. It is not. Golduck, I know, is. I couldn't remember if Psyduck was or not. Yeah, it's got Shadow Rush. I think... Espeon just takes so much damage from those moves. Because of the... Oh. That's bad. This is not going great. So now we know that's Hidden Power Dark or Bug. Because I did not know that. That's very unfortunate. Oh, I guess it could be Ghost, right? So it's either Ghost, Dark, or Bug. The annoying part here is that we don't actually gain a whole lot of information from it hitting Umbreon. I guess if it's super effective, we know it's Bug, and then we narrow it down to Ghost or Dark. Yeah, that's really bad. Like, that's really bad. That might be reset worthy, honestly. Bonk. It is also important to note that all of these IVs are fixed. I think all the Shadow Pokemon have 31 IVs. Or have 31 in every stat for their IV. At least according to... Ooh, Own Tempo. That's actually really good. You can use Swagger strats with that. So you raise your partner's attack by 2 stages, and they can't be confused because of Own Tempo. Oh, Umbreon dodged it. Yep. There's War Turtle. We'll get our bite off at least. Yeah, so we have to call you. Hyper Mode is really useful for situations where you need crit rate, a raised crit rate. For the most part, though, it also doesn't really hurt us because you can't use items on a Pokemon in Hyper Mode, but we can't use items in battle anyway. So, like, the big downside of it isn't a huge downside. You are locked into Shadow Rush, though. Which, oh, you have Follow Me. This War Turtle's amazing. I didn't realize they got Follow Me. That's insane. A tanky Pokemon with Follow Me is absolutely awesome. So I don't know about you guys, but that mouse on the... That mouse is gonna bother me. There we go. Okay, so I think we kind of actually got a switch here. Which is also an issue because Furt is weak to water. So we could really use a flinch here. It is very good to know. Okay, yeah, we'll eat that. The hidden power, though. Not knowing that hidden power is definitely what killed Espeon. Like, without that information, it's a lot harder to figure out what to do. Alright, so now we get to throw a Pokeball and try to snag this thing. I think we just call. That is the really nice thing that you can do instead of like wasting power points or items or something. You can just call your Pokemon. Yeah, that didn't go well. I mean, we're sitting at like a 28% catch rate, so that's not bad at all. Yeah, we just gotta. Okay, so we need a Moonlight with Umbreon. I should have done that. I'm just dumb and forgot I could. Oh, man. Yeah, so what I should have done there is I should have Moonlighted last turn. This is all a learning experience. At least we know where this guy is. Yep. Oh, okay, yep, nope, that's a reset. That's a reset. Because we're not making it out of this fight, I think. I mean, all we can really do is try another Pokeball. Just cuz, and then Body Slam. But yeah, no, that's a reset. Umbreon and Espeon are vastly important. 2, 3. Yep. Okay. And then I think it just dies here, right? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we're done. If it had survived, it would have used Muddy Water, and we would have died anyway. So, all right. Well, that's our reset. We only have 2 Pokemon. I feel like we can't really catch anything else because we only have 2 Pokemon. We'll keep going. We'll do one more. I did say if we knocked out 1 more Pokemon though, right? I said earlier if we knock out 2 more. So if we knock out 1 more, then we're done anyway, because I don't see us having enough tools in the arsenal. I think what we do next time is, instead of coming straight to Pyrite, what we do is we save. There's 2 battles that you can do in Fennec, and I think we save those to reduce the shadow gauges a little bit. I think that would be the most helpful thing to do. Okay, so yeah, I think we kinda gotta go for the Noctowl here. Yeah, this guy should have the Noctowl. Yeah, Pelipper and Ladian. Ladian is a fighting type, which actually makes it kinda rough for Furret. Oh, and Wartortle, I forgot Wartortle was in hyper mode, so we can't even use the Follow Me to try and keep Furret from tanking a Mach Punch here. We'll see what we can do. Yeah, here comes the Mach Punch. Oh, okay, that didn't do much. That's good. That's good. Yeah, I want to get rid of the Pelipper because the Pelipper has Rain Dance and Water Pulse. And that's just going to delete Furret from existence. Oh, I forgot it also has a Rain Dish. Isn't that nice? Okay. So we're going to Shadow Rush again. Actually, let's Shadow Rush the Ladian. And we're going to Follow Me with Wartortle. So that Furret doesn't get absolutely destroyed this turn. But we can't do that real long, as you can see. So it probably should have Shadow Rushed, yeah, the Ladian last turn. That would have been a 2-hit kill. Again, IVs are fixed. These guys are fixed at 5 each. So, this is not great. Shadow Rush. Actually, I think Body Slam might do more because of Stab. Shadow Rush is really strong, but Body Slam is also really strong and has Stab. So, and the Parachance. And it doesn't have the chance to send you into hyper mode, which is great. Alright. That brings out Noctowl. Yep. That's our shadow Pokemon right there. There's the Water Pulse again. Yeah, we're pretty low. We don't have a great catch rate right now. I really don't think Furret takes one is my. But I feel like we have to risk Furret taking one so that we can. Oh yeah, that did so much more damage. I think that's a kill. Yep, we're done. We about to get wiped. So have more Pokemon is the strat there. Oh, you're alive. Cool. Yeah, we're done. We're done. So, note, Body Slam does more damage than Shadow Rush. So as soon as we can use Body Slam, Furret is amazing. We just have to get to Body Slam pretty quick. Yep, out of usable Pokemon. White it out. Okay. Yes, we want to stop that and restart. Okay, there we go. Oh, yep, it's doing the thing again. Hang on. It really doesn't like it when we do that. I thought maybe it would be better if I stopped it from the emulator itself, but it said no. Okay. So yeah, we go again. We do have some good information now, at least, in the fact that specifically that Psyduck, right? Also that Flaffy can't take a hit real well. Oh, I hit continue. That didn't do what I thought it would. I thought that there was a way to leave. No? Okay. Yes. Nope. Yeah, I think it's gonna crash again. I was wrong. Wait. Yep. Hung around just a little too long. I don't know why it does that. Oh, cool. Hang on. There we go. That was weird. And, yep, come on. Alright, so this time let's not mash through and actually hit what we're trying to, which is new game, because we wiped. So I said it before, as a reminder though, I will say it again. There we go. We will be doing this cutscene specifically over and over again until we get... hello, cat. Must you claw me to climb up? No, you may not get on the desk. That really hurt. Anyway, we'll be doing this cutscene over and over again every time we wipe until we get us a couple of good natures on Umbreon and Espeon. And then what we'll do is we will make a save file and put it like in a backup folder. And every time we wipe, we'll just load from that. That won't guarantee the natures of the other Pokemon we get, just those two. Reason for that is, well, we're proving that we'll keep resetting for it essentially, and it'll just save us a little bit of time later. ACB. I don't know what I'm seeing. Seeing like the smallest line of black and it's gonna bother me. No. Cat's trying to play with the controller. Gotta love it. Okay. Let's fix that real quick. Where'd you go? There you are. So from the left we want... There we go. I think that did it. Okay. Anyway. It's really weird not to see Rui behind us. Or Rhyme, sorry. Yep, alright. I really wish there was a speed up option. Maybe there is, and I just am bad at finding it. It's quite possible. Okay. Ooh, excuse me. Back in. Yep, we run in. News report comes on. Hey, there's been an explosion. Crazy. Yeah, who would have thought that that would happen? And now, back this way. And we leave. Willie says, hey, let's fight. And we say, okay. Okay, my guy. And now we have a fight with... Ooh. Excuse me. Tulainu. Which, honestly, like, this was the biggest... Like, what? Is him throwing out Linoon, level 24 and 25. I feel like the original Zigzagoon were, like, level 20 at highest. So, like, this right here, like, this is a significantly harder opening fight, which isn't saying a whole lot, but, I mean, it is more difficult. We're actually... Okay. I thought you could move these around somehow. I just can't figure out how. Okay. We're gonna go Confusion on the lower level one, because it will have less health, because they have identical IVs. I guess their natures might be random, but I feel like they're neutral. Later they slowly get, so like later they're like the glass cannon natures, I think. So higher attack but lower defenses, and then they start getting good. That actually seemed stronger than last time, which is great. We'll see. Alright, yep, Espeon, big health. Yeah, Lyman's pretty quick, significantly faster than Umbreon. I don't know if he's coded to not crit in this fight, but I think if he crits, we just lose Espeon and we have to restart. Parvati, knock it off. Sit down. Cat's trying to climb everywhere. Be a cat. You can see the cat tail. Alright, we're going to bite. And Morning Sun, big shock. Get that health back. Thankfully we can actually out-heal them. The one that's left. Has our health always been that? Oh, hi. Hello, kitty. You are falling. Didn't even try to push her. She just started falling. Morning Sun. Much better. Alright, so now, yeah, we take the tackle. We're okay. Okay. And now we're also faster, right? So we're just gonna confusion. No, stop it. Alright, you're just trying to crawl over everything. Get down. Thought she wanted pets. No, she just wanted to crawl over everything. Alright, good stuff. Good stuff. Yep. We beat 2 Linoon. This is the first victory of many. So, gotta pace ourselves a little bit. We do now have the ability to potion. Yep, and that's the majority of the health. So, alright, let's see what we get here, shall we? Think sassy. I don't know what sassy does. I feel like it's might not be great. But I also feel like Sassy's pretty good. I don't know why. Sassy. Ooh, up special defense, down speed. That's pretty good for Umbreon. Umbreon's not fast to begin with. So, at least I don't think it is. I'm pretty sure it's like lowest stat is speed. Cat, must you stand on my controller? The cat has returned, by the way. Oh, and fallen again. What are you doing? Where are you going? What? Okay. Yep, that's it. This is the cat playthrough now. Yeah, it's got 65 speed. So up special defense, which is its best stat, down speed, which is it's actually not its worst. Special attack is its worst. But I think that's still pretty dang good. Lonely's pretty bad. I think we actually had these exact same natures earlier. Yeah, because that's up attack, down defense. That's pretty bad. That's actually... That might be the worst nature. No, that is. That is the worst. No... Adamant might be worst. This is definitely like the second worst nature we can get. Possibly the first. It might be tied for the first. Lonely is so bad on an Espeon. Alright, here we go. But we're gonna try. We're gonna try. We just know that if Espeon gets hit by a physical move, it's probably getting deleted from existence. Excuse me. Let's just look up it. I feel like Espeon's defense is 60, but it might be 65. It is 65 because all the evolutions have the same stat spread, I guess? They each have 2 65s, 160, 1 100, 1 110, and 1 130. You just have to, like, they just kind of get shifted around, which might be why they're not making more. I think this one has Hal. Might be why they're not making more is because they kind of ran out of where to put that 130. But I guess they could shift around like the other stuff, right? But I mean, so you've got what, five unique numbers and 6 slots. Yeah, there's only so much you can do with it. Oh, I lied. It's a 95, a 110, and a 130, not a 100, 110, 130. So obviously here the best thing to do is Bite and Swift, because the one's just gonna die to anything poking it, and Swift deals some solid spread damage. Yeah, some solid chippies. Alright, and now Umbreon gets a bite. Does have the potential to flinch, which is really nice. I don't think that rate was upped in this at all. Alright, and that's run 3, boys. Because, yeah, we just can't go on without Espeon. And this is a cutscene, right? After this? So what we're going to try to do is, instead of closing, we're just going to try to open it again. And see if that works. Because I really don't want it to keep crashing. Oh, nope. I think it's going to crash. And... well, nope, there it is. I was like, I don't know why it keeps doing that. It doesn't like it. There we go. It doesn't like stopping the play, which is weird. So we're gonna give it a second. We're gonna calmly hit the button. Okay. I'm not liking that it's not showing up here. There it went. And, yep. I wonder... I really wish I knew why it did that. Because I'm starting to be afraid that it can't handle the streaming with it. But it does it every other time. So that can't be quite... Also, this screen is... like, the white, I can see it shifting the colors in the camera. Grand Colosseum. I wonder how long it took him to edit that slide, that like title card right there. New game. Yep. Alright, new name. Also, for anyone that's... well, I guess we could actually edit... we could use PK Hex to edit the, oh, wait, huh? Okay. Could use PKX to edit the natures of Umbreon and Espeon, but we can't do that for everyone because A, I'm not willing to reset to make sure every Pokemon has a good nature, and B, if you do that, you get rid of the stat changes. And since this game is slightly balanced around you having those stat changes, that's kind of important. Namely in the cases of Ampharos, who, like I said, gets like 135 special attack or something like that. Which is absolutely ludicrous, but also super cool because I like Ampharos. That being said, yeah, like Charizard didn't get a buff. I think Blastoise and Venusaur got buffs. Not the same caliber of buff, but they got buffs. Your starter isn't your like absolutely strongest Pokemon, but they're definitely the most versatile Pokemon, I think, still. Oh, side note, just a thought. This is a good Pokemon game, right? This is good. This was good when it was released. It's still a good game now. I still love playing it. A lot of people want a remake of it, which I think should be a thing. You know, Nintendo, Pokemon, Game Freak, whoever, don't care. Please update these models because they hurt. Anyway, back to the important topic. There's no HMs here. HMs aren't a thing. It's a good game. without HMs. Shocking. To everyone who was upset when they removed HMs, first off, why? The necessity of HMs, I should say. First off, why? Second, they clearly didn't need them. This story is a little weird, I have to say. It's kind of all over the place. I kind of wish there was a more cohesive storyline. I think XD did a better job with a cohesive storyline. Colosseum kind of seems like they threw it together, and we're just trying to get it out on the GameCube. Alright, let's... You know what? I think we can actually look... I forgot we could just look here. Adamant's not great, but it's not bad lax. I have no idea what lax is. Come on. That doesn't sound like an attacking nature, though. Gonna go with one of the defense natures. Increases defense, decreases special defense. And then Umbreon is up attack, down special attack. Not great. Not horrible. There's definitely worse ones. Not good. I just clicked Morning Sun. That might have been a throw. I don't know how to get out of this battle now. Because that's really bad. Yep, that happened. Okay. So what? That last one was run 3, right? So now we're on run 4. I need a note card. Like, legitimately need a note card to make sure I have my runs straight. Yeah, I think we kind of need some confusion hacks right now. Let's see here. Yeah, very unfortunate right there. Yeah, all we can do is keep spamming Morning Sun until we're out of danger. I think one of them crit. Good! Good! Definitely needed that. Yeah, we don't get the second one. Very sad. We're almost out of suns too, which is really bad because we still have to do the Loudred fight after this. Okay, so Adamant Nature actually helped a little bit right there. I think we have to Sun here. Because there's no shot that we... we don't survive a crit without Sun, right? Yeah, clicking Morning Sun there was the worst possible thing that could have happened. That was really, really bad. Okay, this is helpful at least. We're gonna go Helping Hand Swift. And this should do something. So it'll definitely kill the one, right? Because it would have died to anything. That's Not good damage at all, honestly. Yeah, this was a bad fight. Man. We're gonna have to help and gain confusion. I think that's our only shot, and I think it dies, honestly. I think this drops it. Even with Adamant Nature, Umbreon's best move is just Helping Hand. Umbreon, great special tank. It just doesn't do a whole lot damage-wise. It's a support. Hard support, too, which is rough. Especially when you only have 2 Pokemon. At least they pair it with Espeon. Umbreon and Espeon, first off, iconic pair, so why not put them together? Second, very, very difficult to get in the other Gen 3 games, so again, why not put them together? I don't want to use too many because these aren't great natures, and yeah. They're not great natures, which makes me less inclined to like try to absolutely save them. They are also let's see here, not great natures. I started throwing that first battle, so we have no suns for this next one, and I feel like if Espeon gets hit, Espeon will probably go down, gets hit twice, regardless of if we are at full health or not. I am going to apologize right now. I am getting a call, so this beautiful scene right here is gonna have to wait. We're gonna have to just figure out if we're gonna live or die here in a minute. Alright, we'll be right back. Alright, and we are back. Apologies about that. You know, when this isn't my full-time job, I have to still take calls. Also, hello, Rhyme! I am glad you are here. Also, I feel like I just shouted, and I'm sorry for blowing out your eardrums. Alright, confusion. We're out of morning suns already. Sad. Yeah. We did wipe. Catching shadow Pokemon is hard. Alright, and that's good. Okay, thankfully that one used help. Oh, actually I didn't know that, so it's good to know. I can use my outside voice is what I'm hearing. Did that do damage? Did that just do such bad damage that I didn't notice? Oh, I guess Umbreon was at full health. Never mind. I think we bite. Swift. Alright, so this is good stuff. So I was actually thinking on that. This is a super easy way. The Discord is linked now, so you can go ahead and click on that, and it should take you to the Discord, and we can have a community going, which is good, and you can send me the link there. I really like that flinch. So we don't wipe yet. I don't know. Obviously, Umbreon and Espeon aren't the be-all, end-all when it comes to like natures in this game. But with fixed IVs, natures are even more important. So, woohoo! Yeah. I can even give you your own little private channel or something. We'll get there. But yeah, just join the Discord and we can coordinate things more there. Alright. Hopefully. Oh, that's right. I have to like actually do all this. You have done that. That was fast. Alright. Come on. It's just, I mean, that's fair. But I find it hilarious that this in particular encounter is always, oh, so your name is this? Well, I'm, and then it takes you to the screen. It's just weird to me. I got a notification. I wonder what the notification is. Oh, look. Someone joined my server. Shocker. There we go. Yep. Shadow Pokemon are a thing, blah blah blah. I mean, that'd be kind of funny. My name is, oh, I have amnesia. What was it? I feel like that was, I'm almost positive that was a, some video games partner intro. I forgot my name. It's still, I don't have a name. Could you imagine? I don't have a name, but I need to get back to my grandparents who love me, apparently. Not enough to give me a name, but they love me. Right? Alright. So, as discussed, I think what we actually do is because what we have been doing is we were doing a couple of fights to get like a one level for both Umbreon and Espeon, but I feel like they can handle this fight. Oh wait, I forgot the mayor's house. They can handle the fight with the coughing and the Corphish, provided no crits. And I feel like it would be better to save those other two fights to whittle down the shadow gauges. Particularly in the case of... I don't remember what they have. Hang on. Oh, Beautifly Dustox. If we take out the Beautifly, I think the Dustox doesn't have a whole lot to hurt us with. so we can do a bunch of switching and then take it out, probably with Furret. Ooh. It's so strange still to say that Furret is one of, like, I mean, when you only have 4, it's one thing, but still, like, Furret's a really good attacker. I think it's got like 95 attack, which I guess isn't like crazy good. But it's pretty solid. I mean, like, that's good attack power. Especially with, you know, stab, body slam, and paras. Parastrats. And I guess if we actually got the para, we could use Umbreon's Confuse Ray and get the Parafusion going. Because I hate playing the game. I don't know. Yeah. I also just thought about it. If we can get an Ampharos with 130, 135? I want to confirm that before I say. Yeah, I hate this cutscene so much. We would definitely save after this. For the, save after this, but before the Furret encounter. For the reset, I think. Just because there's so many cutscenes right here. So much. And we don't have Pokeballs, so some people don't consider this to be part of the Nuzlocke. I personally do, but I think we can reliably do this fight pretty easy, right? Alright, while this cutscene's going on. Let's see. Yeah, in this game, Ampharos has 135 special attack, so if you Helping Hand a T-Bolt from that, things just die. Yeah, we want Helping Hand Confusion this time, not Helping Hand Morning Sun. Because that's not a strat. No, it's not. Alright. Big damage here. Kills, good. Yeah, the big thing really is getting rid of this coughing. Bringing it down to a 2v1 is pretty huge. Interesting, we have 68 health this time. Didn't we have 69 last time? Let's go ahead and hit a Confuse Ray just because I feel like that's the safest option. We can land the Confuse Ray, possibly not have to Morning Sun, and if he does hit himself, then we Helping Hand Confusion and might just kill, honestly. But we also might not. Who knows? Alright, here's Helping Hand Confusion. I don't think Helping Hand Confusion, without being super effective, I don't think it kills the core fish. Without the chip. With the chip, I think it still lives. I was wrong. It could be worth trying that one run, just to see if we can, because if we can, that's really good. If we can't, then... Also, like I said, I think that these IVs are fixed at 31, but I'm not 100% on that. It's actually interesting. I think that the IVs stay the same, right? So, in order to make the shadow encounters more difficult, they're all perfect IV, but also in doing that, you make them better for the player. So that's an interesting, like, trade-off. You know, do you make them really easy to kill by giving them zeros, but then the player has zeros, which makes it harder? Or do you make them tougher and then give the player a tougher Pokemon? Excuse me. Interesting thoughts. Okay. I don't remember what the Croconaut trainer has. I just remember going, oh, Furret was a bad choice. That is all. That is all I remember. Yep. Alright, talk to this guy real quick. Listen, pal. Hey, you sell Pokeballs? Yeah, sure. Even though there's no wild Pokemon. That's not really explained, which is odd to me. We're gonna go ahead and buy 10 of those. I do also really like this setup, as opposed to having to like click over. You just tab up the number of. Just pop, pop, pop. I don't know. I like it. We'll buy 5 of those just to be safe. All right, and now we get to leave. So, again, I have documentation, so in theory these fights should be significantly easier, but catching shadow Pokemon is hard, so, yep. Something terrible's happened. There's a bunch of scary men somewhere. Ooh. Alright, so we go in here, and I actually feel like documentation doesn't do a whole lot right now. When you only have 2 Pokemon and you're forced to do double battles, I don't think documentation matters. Because while you could, you know, sit there and think, okay, so against this guy I need to use confusion, and this guy needs helping hand confusion, and this, you can also do that in the battle. It's not until you can actually change leads that documentation is important, in my opinion. Unless it's like, you know, hey, this trainer is avoidable and has a level 20 and you're level 5. You should dodge the trainer. Then that's a different matter. But also, what would that level curve be? Oh. Oh, excuse me. Get the remix in there. That is another thing that they need to, like, they should make a remake of Colosseum solely to bring back Mirabee. Like, come on. Alright. Lombre Loudred. Now, the Lombre has Fake Out. We learned that. Right. So what we're going to do is we're actually going to bite the Loudred and Helping Hand Umbreon because Lombre likes to use Fake Out. We're going to see if the game cheats. And it doesn't. Perfect. Yeah, Helping Hand Bite. Ooh, crit. That definitely mattered. There was no shot that that thing died without that crit. No shot. Alright, now we Helping Hand back. Confusion. And this will deal good damage. I don't think it kills, right? And no, yep. Mega Drain. Into Espeon deals minimal. I think we bite and Morning Sun. just to get as high health as possible, because once again, the next fight, this is back to back, so... Oh, you're faster, actually. I don't think I caught that earlier, so that's super good. That was a great move. Very glad we used it. Alright, and now we have... Excuse me. And now we get to face the other guy and get a 100% catch rate Furret to add to the party. Ariados and Furret. Okay, so obviously Ariados is a threat, but... Okay, so because this is 100%, do we actually throw the Premier Ball? Just to have the Premier Ball catch something one shot. Oh, Intimidate. Huh. Nah. I think we save the Premier Ball for a special encounter. I don't know what, but something. And we'll just hit a Confusion into the Ariados. And... oh. I do really like that animation. It definitely will get annoying when we have to throw like 16 Pokeballs to catch something. But I do enjoy the animation. It's kind of like the, what is that, the Terra Raids? The Terra... yeah, Terra Raids. That animation was sick. I was like, this is awesome. And then after about the 30th one, I was like, okay, can there please be a skip button? I actually think Bite does more damage here. Helping Hand. And Bite. Although Duskull is pretty physically oh. I also think that one mattered. Umbreon's got the Adamant... no. Yeah. I think it's Adamant in this one, right? I feel like Umbreon's just trying to make those bites count. Show off that little extra flex. Also, here's the Furret. I love this picture of Furret. It looks so surprised. Alright. We did it! We stole the thing! Yay! Cool. Now we can heal. So let's go heal. And then we get to whittle down some shadow gauges, which won't take real long because there's only 2 of them. We won't like whittle them down super far, right? Just a little bit until we get the important moves. Specifically, the first 2 that they learn in Follow Me for War Turtle and Body Slam for Furret. Again, all I remember is that it wasn't a great idea to send Furret out. Oh, I remember why, because we replaced Espeon with Furret and Grimer is out on the field. That was why. But it's also really scary to leave Espeon out because the War Turtle has Crunch. Alright, so we're going to Helping Hand, and we're going to Confusion. Try to get rid of that Grimer real quick. It's ready to help Espeon. Espeon now has effectively 195 special attack. Yeah. Yeah. And we can do that later to the huge power Mawile that we can get, which is ludicrous. That was psychic. Okay. I think we're okay. Let's go ahead and Confuse Ray and Swift for some chippies. Oh, that worked out. We were double targeting you anyway, sort of. Umbreon was targeting that way anyway. That did absolutely nothing. So Helping Hand is really important for Swift, is what we just discovered. Alright, now the War Turtle's confused. Torment. Who are you tormenting? Oh, that's okay. I think. Let's bite. Helping Hand. Strats, everyone. Helping Hand Umbreon to bite the Drowsy. War Turtle's going for Follow Me, yep. If we have to, we'll just will down the War Turtle first, I mean. Although the Helping Hand's kind of scary here. Oh, never mind, I forgot Umbreon's attack is garbage. Obviously, firing into the Espeon again. So we can't use the same attack in a row, right? Because of Torment, but we can just click Swift. Follow Me, dude. This thing is like... It thinks it's the main character. This War Turtle is pretty sure its ears make it the main character of this game. Follow Me everywhere. Alright, bite again. Good. This is where it does get a little... Ooh, we're okay, we're fine, we're good. Less fine. I said this is where it gets a little scary. But we can Morning Sun here, which is good. I have no idea what War Turtle's catch rate is other than hot garbage. And I believe this is not 100%. I might be wrong. But I was pretty sure that this one, like that first one was like, here's how you catch shadow Pokemon, and then this one was like a, it's not gonna be that easy every time. Alright, but now what we can do is we can bite, and what we're going to do is we're gonna check some stats here. Okay, gotta go the long way. Special defense of 54. 62. But it won't be not very effective. Oh, I have to... Oh no, there's the health. I don't think it takes it. So we're gonna go to Furret to decrease that shadow gauge just a little bit. Because throwing it out in battle does decrease the shadow gauge. So that's nice. We get a bite here. Oh my gosh. That's why the War Turtle kept spamming Follow Me, because that thing just got deleted. Oh my gosh. That was not expected. I was expecting it to deal like half of the remaining health. I guess Drowsy is a lot more frail than I remember it being. I was thinking Drowsy was actually kind of bulky. Although I haven't really fought a Drowsy since Gen 2. So Bite would have been hitting its special defense. Yeah, I think I was just Gen 2 pilled there. Because obviously things can't have decent defense, special defense, and special attack. Like, that's not allowed. You have to pick one of the defenses and one of the attacks. Or neither of the defenses and both of the attacks, I guess, depending on who you are. Oh, you have an item. Sit. Oh, wait, this is Gen 3. We're gonna take that for now. because that could be really good later. But right now, I mean, it's still good. Gen 3, that gives 30 health, right? Unless he changed. This is the other issue with ROM hacks, is you're like, I don't know how far this change went. Did he change the citrus berry to restore 30% of your health? Or is it just 30 HP, period? Furret and Noctowl. Noctowl has Hypnosis and Dual Wing Beat. And that is it. Furret has Defense Curl, Fury Swipes, and Follow Me. Did not click Follow Me. Went for Defense Curl. That's not a big shock. Okay, defense goes up. We do get the second Shadow Rush off. Can't quite get the kill with it. Yeah, there's Hypnosis. Hey. Okay. So we're gonna double down again. I actually expected a Follow Me there. Slightly surprising. Alright, there's the Defense Curl again. And we get to Shadow Rush. So it's now at ×2 defense, which means we're not going to be dealing a ton of damage, which I'm actually okay with. As long as we don't crit. So the more times you Shadow Rush, the more opportunity you have to put them into Hyper Mode. And if they go into Hyper Mode, you can call them out of it and decrease their shadow gauge by quite a bit. Which I was kind of hoping to be able to do there. Because, again, if we do that, then we unlock moves. Which is very good. That was kind of the goal of this. Let's see here. Yeah. So we are currently in Fennec. This guy has Beautifly and Dustox. What I want to know is what their attacking moves are. Strings Gust, Confusion. And Beautifly has Gust, Mega Drain. So obviously we want to get rid of that Mega Drain, right? So let's go ahead and double into it. Ooh, good damage. Here's Shadow Rush. So we're faster. Ooh, didn't quite get it. Thankfully it goes for Harden. Very, very good for us. And we take a Confusion from Dustox, which shouldn't, yeah, it's a Dustox. So what this actually allows us to do is we're gonna double into the Beautifly. Okay, you almost always want to double Shadow Rush, something like that. Like if you're forced to use Shadow Rush, you want to double it so that you have double the chance of not going into Hyper Mode. Which, yeah, that's definitely how those numbers work. Alright, and from here, what we're actually going to do is we're going to have War Turtle, Shadow Rush, and we're going to switch in Espeon. Again, the hope being that War Turtle goes into Hyper Mode. If War Turtle doesn't go into Hyper Mode, that's fine. We're just going to keep clicking Shadow Rush. Ooh, that was a lot of damage. Can we not go into Hyper Mode here? Like, that's weird. Go ahead and switch back into Furret for the Shadow Gauge reduction. trying to get... Now, this should give us Body Slam, which is really important. Yep. Okay, and Dustox goes down. Alright. Espeon goes to level 27 as well, which is also really good. Alright. Very solid. Very solid. So... we also get the TM for Roost that we can't use right now because neither Umbreon nor Espeon can learn it, and Shadow Pokemon can't learn TMs. Yeah, very disappointing, but it's okay. Alright, so let's go ahead and heal here, and then we'll go ahead and save just in case. I was really hoping for a hyper mode. Excuse me. Supposedly the next Pokemon we can fight here is Parasect and Skiploom. Which apparently isn't that hard. Except I can't find its level. Oh, 27. Actually, that's not bad. I think we kind of want to save that though, right? Yeah. Okay. Yay, we came to the construction yard. Moving on. Because that does nothing for us. And we're forced to go there for no reason. Much better. Mr. Johnson, I swear. Alright, Kale. I actually couldn't remember this guy's name. I knew it was kind of a weird one. Kale, like, it's spelled strange, but I actually knew a guy named Kale. So, valid name. Alright, so we're gonna go straight up here, and we are going straight to... Oh, I was like, what? I thought that I thought this girl saw us and tried to battle us, was trying to battle us, and I was like, I didn't know she could do that. We're going straight to here. Now, what we know, right, is that this trainer has a Flaffy that has a Lumberry, and the move T-Bolt, and T-Wave. So I think Umbreon Espeon's probably a great choice here. Umbreon going for the Confuse, and then Espeon killing the Breloom that comes out with the Flaffy. I think Espeon just kills the Breloom. Let us check. Espeon level like 27, I think. We're going to be firing off a Confusion against a Breloom at level 28. Yeah, that's pretty good odds to kill, I would say. But it doesn't... actually doesn't kill. We have to have some chippies here, so we're going to go helping. Well, no, let's confuse the Flaffy. We take whatever the Breloom can throw this turn. And okay, yeah. So my calc was right. That's what I wanted to guarantee. Ow. Oh, that was one. Okay, that's two. Good. So here's Confuse Ray. What we're trying to do actually is prevent the T-Wave from going off. Just because T-Wave's really annoying. It didn't work. And even though we have Synchronize, ooh, that's really bad. Yeah, it has a Cherry Berry, specifically for that reason. I think all I can really do is bite the Flaffy. This is not great. If we lose Espeon here, that was a throw, and I think we reset. We lose Espeon. That was huge. Dang it, I was really hoping that would kill. Good. Morning Sun, which didn't actually help the situation much. I think we actually have to switch into War Turtle here. War Turtle has better defense, even though it's going to be super effective. I think War Turtle eats. And it decreases the Shadow Gauge, which is also a plus. We were also getting really lucky with those 2s. Oh, War Turtle does not eat. War Turtle does not eat! That's a throw, that's a reset, I think. That was really bad. That was the worst play I could have made. Okay, so that Breloom has to die. That's what we just learned. That Breloom dies turn 1. No hesitation. Get rid of it. Especially with the Flaffy firing off T-Waves. I think we throw a ball. We'll try to make it without War Turtle, but I don't think we do. War Turtle's Follow Me is huge. We actually got the Flaffy in one shot, okay. That was really bad. No, we're done. Are we? Damn. I'm so indecisive about when to call a run like that because I know I'm irritated, so I don't just want to be like, nope, we're done. But I also think that War Turtle is super important, and losing an encounter so early is super bad. I did the calc too, and I knew it didn't die. It really bothers me. I say we see how the other encounters go real quick. And we just go from there. If we actually get that Flaffy, like, I guess we could just kill the Breloom and just chuck balls at Flaffy, right? Like, there's no downside to doing that. This guy has the Whiscash, and it's actually really good. Did I heal? I did not. Alright. Thankfully I actually just remember there was a PC down here, which would have saved us some time. Oh, except that there's a cutscene, right? Yep, whatever, move. Alright. Yeah, so this is going to be a lot different than the other games. Like, we're not going to be able just to kind of wing it. We're going to have to be very, very careful. And I think the War Turtle situation was definitely good evidence for that. So with... Oh my gosh. There. Now that we have Flaffy, I think the next best one to go for is actually Whiscash. Specifically because... Actually, maybe it would... Might have been better to go for Whiscash first, so we have the electric immunity. We could, right, turn 1 kill the Breloom, and then have double electric immunity on the field, and then I think that Flaffy can't really do anything. I guess it can Shadow Rush. Shadow Rush is always an option. But having double electric immunity would definitely hurt its options. Alright, so what we're gonna do here is Helping Hand and Body Slam. Oh, excuse me. I kind of wish Umbreon got Yawn. If we had Yawn, I would 1000% delete Confuser in a heartbeat. Got the Para. Alright, what do we get? Okay, 1 hit. Do we get both hits? It does get both hits. Oh, that's so much damage. The Psyduck is Oh, come on. Yep, we're done. We're done. Killing it. We're done. Reset. Losing 2 encounters that early is 1000% a wipe. Dang it. So what did we learn? Maybe actually look at the non-shadow Pokemon, because I have right here that he has Surf and I just ignored it. And what else did we learn? Wartortle does not take a Bullet Seed. I guess technically it could, because it did survive 2. It died on the 3rd hit, right? But the odds of it not getting 3 hits is not great, I feel like. And that's about to die. Yep. Something with the resets it doesn't like. And I tried closing it from like the main interface, and I tried closing it not from the main interface, and it just doesn't like the window closing for some reason. That stayed up a little too long. I was like, is it crashing again? Yeah. This might actually come down to what natures we get on Umbreon Espeon, right? Because if Espeon was Modest, would that have killed? I'm curious. Actually, yeah, it's a roll to kill. It's not a good roll, but it is a roll to kill. So that's interesting. That is up to you. If you want to, that's fine. Why don't you do that so that it's not getting random updates while I'm playing? It'll be fun. I mean, that's fair, but hear me out. It could not, and I could just use my the broken things that I find, right? I'm actually really bad at finding broken stuff. Like, I don't go looking for it most of the time, so I don't find it. So it's like, eh. Yeah, run. And off we go. In the world's most unstable motorcycle. That's fair. Yeah. Day one patches. Day one patch notes. So I also have to say, I really like that cutscene where you can see Umbreon and Espeon riding in the thing, and that's up defense, down special defense, so it's actually a mixed defender now. So that's okay. It's not great, but it's okay. Oh, that is the worst nature. We're just that run didn't happen. Didn't happen. Normally not into starter nature resets, but those were actually really horrible. And I mean, if you have to do it to not die to actually complete the Nuzlocke, then right. Honestly, I was all for it. Like, if Espeon would have been any other nature, would have been good. But up attack, down defense is so crippling. I am keeping track of how many runs we're at right now. Because at some point we might just PK Hex in the natures and call it a day. But I don't really want to do that because I am okay with a variety of natures, a variety of good natures. Pretty much anything that boosts Umbreon's special defense, anything that boosts Espeon's special attack, even boosting Espeon's speed at cost of attack would that's pretty up there. Or increasing Umbreon's defense at cost of attack or speed, fantastic. I think any of those are acceptable. They might not be the best, but those are acceptable, and I would be okay with having those natures constantly. Like I said, Espeon Modest probably the best, but I would accept Lax. I wouldn't like Lax, but it's or Quiet. Jolly would be bad, but whatever Jolly's counterpart is. Brave? I don't know. Let's see here. Up speed, down. Timid. Timid I would take in a heartbeat. Let's see here. Brave. Brave is actually pretty good. That's not what I thought it was. It's up attack, down speed. I was thinking bold. But that's okay. Docile's a neutral nature, so I'm okay with that. Not gonna save these ones, but pretty solid. We'll need to come over here though. There we go. that got our natures dialed in. It's going to be very rare that they're relevant, I imagine, because Bite with Umbreon doesn't do... Like, it's not supposed to deal crazy amounts of damage because it's an Umbreon, so, meh. However, its attack is 5 points higher than its special attack, even though now I guess actually its base attack would be like 1 point lower than its base special attack. So, eh. Yeah. So... yeah. I actually kind of want to look at Espeon real quick and see how close the Calc's stats are. I think it's, what, 25, right? Yeah. It has so much less health. Do these actually have random stats? I thought these had fixed IVs at 31. Maybe I'm wrong. Though it's been so consistent, I feel like I can't be. Very suspicious right now. Alright, let's Helping Hand Confusion this time. Yeah. Confusion into Linoon, level 24. Again, just checking calcs. Yeah. Ow. Pain. Lots of pain. Bite. Morning Sun. This is the problem with Umbreon being slow, though, is that we're gonna have to, like, you guys haven't seen it. We're gonna have to use 2 Morning Suns here to get back to a good amount of HP. We're actually probably gonna have to use 3 while Umbreon just does some, you know, cleans up the trash a little bit. Gets rid of that Linoon. And then we can turn around and hit the other one. Still having to click Morning Sun though with Espeon to keep him alive, because it is a he. I saw that. Okay. Ow. Here's a bite. Ooh, got a crit. That definitely helps, because I think that we kill now with the next one. So we're gonna have a good chunk of health here. Very, very good. Okay, Umbreon gets some, Espeon gets some, everyone's happy. Okay. And what I want is Gen 3. 2 times base. Oh, it's 2 times base plus IV. Not. What is Gen 3 on right? I'll have to look, make sure that that's actually right, because it's 2 times base plus IV. Not. There's no quantity in there, really. Oh, wait. I almost forgot to heal Espeon a little bit. There we go. There we go, there we go, there we go. So... 2 times base plus IV. Oh. Well, no, you have none. What's happening? Did he actually increase Espeon's base stat? Or decrease it? That wouldn't make sense. I actually have to look into this. This is crazy. Never thought I would have to do this. Let's go ahead and pull that up though. Pokemon stats. Thankfully everything's in alphabetical order, so at least it's relatively easy to find. Let's go ahead and Helping Hand. Confusion, the weak one, right? Let's see here. Get synchronized. There's a bunch of stuff. No egg moves. Good. A little bit of XP there. Get that health. No. Is this attack? I think it's health, right? 65, 65, 60. Yeah, no. These are the same things. Maybe I typed something in wrong somewhere. Now I'm starting to doubt myself, and that's not good. Confusion. No, 65. What on earth? Is it just like some weird rounding nonsense? Maybe? That's really annoying, by the way. There we go. The fact that the HP is always the same makes me think, no, it is not crazy. Interesting. So he actually took Morning Sun and Moonlight out of the movesets entirely, and these two just know them, which is interesting. I am very curious. There we go. Yep, open it. It doesn't learn a whole lot of TMs, apparently. Rest, Big Shock, Dazzling Gleam. It's pretty dang good, honestly. It learns Dig by TM. I don't know why I'm looking at all this right now. I am much more curious as to why I am getting a vastly different number for its health than... There we go. The game says I should have. Of course, we name it. We name our follower here Rhyme because he's a cool guy. Yeah, according to this, everything's the same, so I don't know. This is so strange. Look up B2. 2 false. False. Times level, over level. Or over 100, I should say. Sorry, not over level. Pawk. Yeah. Man, I don't know what's up with this. This has not been a problem until now. Is this Espeon just bad? I'm so confused. Because supposedly it should have 75 health. But this one has 69. Oh, maybe they don't have. I gotta know. Hang on. I've gotta know. Are these not set up to be perfect? Like, are these not hard-coded to be perfect IV? Oh my gosh. Yes. I have to know. Because if I'm working under that assumption, and they're not, that changes a lot. Window capture. Here you go, you guys can look with me. I know it's real pretty. I need to know. It's like actually really bothering me. I think it's in here. I was incorrect. No, I wasn't. Here it is. I was incorrect. Hang on. That's my casual playthrough. This one maybe? Also no. Where the heck is this thing? There we go. Problem solved. Now I can find it. The most professional of streams, everyone. E. Found it. Okay. Brave. Stats. Oh, these are not hard-coded. Ooh. Okay. Good to know. Okay, I'm actually going to write these down and recompare them later with another run later and see if these are fixed to be these values or not. I doubt it. But on the off chance that they are, that'd be really cool. Because again, maybe he can't. I'm actually curious. I wonder if you can't fix those because it would like you don't encounter them, right? They're not a trainer's Pokemon, so you can't do that. Also, that's very good to know. But I feel like you should be able to fix those if you wanted to, like make them standard. But that does explain some stuff, like why my calcs were. I mean, they were close, but they weren't accurate, right? Specifically, the health on Espeon is what gave that one away. Now it is the same. I would hazard a guess that everything else is as well. So, yeah. Excuse me. That's going to be interesting. Is there a way to speed this thing up? Holy cow, I would really like that to be. Let's see here. General maybe? So I can increase it, but I cannot, like, do it on the fly, it looks like. Very irritating, I have to say. Yeah, so we're going to go here. And I was mashing the A button, and as everyone who has ever used a Poké Center should know, you don't mash A, you say yes and then mash B. But I was a fool. Alright. It does kind of bother me that we've been going for 2 hours after starting in Pyrite Town and we're still in Fennec. This is, I gotta admit, like, this is tough. I feel like Colosseum in and of itself is tough. A little bit. And this ROM hack is tough, but we're gonna get there, darn it. Alright. Let's do that. Yeah, it looks like there's no way for me to, like, toggle frame rate. Okay. This time we're actually going to calc this because I am intensely curious if this thing just gets evaporated. Coughing level 29. Yeah, there's no shot that this thing lives, even without Helping Hand. So what we're actually going to do is we're going to use Confuse, use Bite, go for the flinch chance and the chip damage, and then Confusion on the coughing. So this just insta-kills according to calcs, and calcs are done assuming that these guys are at perfect IVs, which I know they're not. I think they're at like 5. They have 5 in each IV, therefore. There we go. And why calcs are done that way is I actually have them done in one column perfect IV, and the other column is not perfect, is actually, I guess, perfectly bad. So all 31s and all 0s, and then I can kind of just interpolate in between them, right? Okay, so this is good knowledge. The reason I did that was specifically because I knew Bite would go next, and it would tell us exactly if that would work without having to run a calc and waste some time. Yay! That special attack, those 3 points in special attack are actually really important, so. Alright, here we go. We get to go. We get to speed through all this. Is there options actually? I didn't even think to look. Is there options to speed up text? Is that a thing I could have been doing this entire time? I don't think there are. That was not. It was items. Is it in the PC maybe? I mean, we didn't take any damage during that fight, so let's just go. If we had to swing by the Poké Center, I would have checked, but yeah. It's interesting to me too, by the way, that for a region that has no more Pokemon in the wild, there's a lot of trainers. Like, where did these people get all these Pokemon? Did they, like, migrate here? Where they're like, man, everyone has Pokemon. I'm gonna take a short vacation to go catch a Pokemon and then come back. Like, what? Theft. Yeah, but where did they steal it from? Like if they don't exist, they don't exist. There we go. Listen, pal. If you're gonna travel, stock up on supplies. Does anyone else notice that he's got like his beard disappears from his sideburn and then just like sticks out the side of his face? Anyone else see that? National Reserve. Ah, yes. Let me just run over to the Safari Zone, steal a bunch of Pokemon, and then leave. Alright. 5. I'm not gonna lie. We've done this part so much that I don't remember fighting the last set of Loudred. All once I was like, oh yeah, we fought those. Huh. Alright. Okay, so I think it's worth it right now to try this. Oh yay. We're going at 130% speed. I think this is how we're gonna do the beginning from now on. But this part, this is probably where we would stop, right? Look, it's that dude. Also, this way we can listen to the Mirror B theme, because heck yeah, we want to listen to that. Excuse me. Okay. Okay. Yeah, so... My guy. My guy, at some point you're gonna have to stop and let me play it. Oh, okay. I'm very curious as to how you made it less annoying, but... We also know the strat here, right? Helping Hand, because Lombre sees the most damage with Fake Out on the Espeon. So we're just gonna Helping Hand. Take the Fake Out. Ow. And then Bite. Okay. Again, at this point, this battle is just free. So, ow. I will now upload the game. Yeah, that did some damage, I guess. Helping Hand, Confusion. Yeah, now we just go back. Helping Hand, Bite, Helping Hand, Confusion. And maybe I should hit the Lombre to guarantee like a swift kill. But I feel like Confusion might just drop it. Oh, it doesn't. This is why we calc things. But I feel like a Helping Hand Swift definitely kills. Ooh. It's okay, it doesn't matter if a Helping Hand Swift kills, because we're definitely using Morning Sun. Because that hurt. It's good healing right there. Big old Bite. Yep, Lombre goes down. Except I actually think that Loudred might have hit harder. Alright, there's level 27. Good. And here's Stomp. We didn't die! I saw that crit and I was like, Espeon's dead? Espeon's dead? That sucked. A lot. That was a crit. It didn't matter. I'm not sure if the Ariados outspeeds. I feel like the answer is no. Oh, actually it has no shot too, because there's no way it's level 29, but even a level 29 Ariados is slower than Umbreon, or Espeon, not Umbreon. If it was slower than Umbreon, we would be set. Are you kidding me? We would absolutely destroy it. Oh. Dust Skull first. Interesting. So, yeah, there's the Furret. Careful, it attacks people apparently, even though it definitely didn't move right then. We're gonna bite, and we're gonna item, and we're gonna Pokeball. The Furret. Yay. I actually wonder if are the catch rates in... That's not the button I wanted. I highly doubt that they are. I'm curious. Yeah, I don't think so. And we get... Ow. We're fine. And this actually isn't a great situation. Right? We determined that the Ariados died last time, right? Or like a couple times before that, maybe. That it just dies to confusion. Actually doesn't. Well, I think it's a roll to kill, so we're gonna play it safe and just use Helping Hand. Because if it's a roll to kill without Helping Hand, then it's a guaranteed kill with Helping Hand. So we'll just go ahead and hit that real quick. Bonk. So before I knew that Furret was 100% catch rate, this fight was a lot harder. When I learned that, I was like, what? It's crazy. Why would you do that? Yep, and now we get the, we reduce the shadow gauge, via just throwing it out into battle. And we hit a confusion for big damage. Yeah, it doesn't quite kill. This thing goes for Nightshade, right? Into Furret, yep, perfect. Espeon's still... Ooh. It's okay, because actually, like, Furret's a bad choice to lead in the next battle, so that's okay. And then in one of the following battles, we can just call it out of hyper mode, and life is good. It's still interesting to me that the War Turtle never used Crunch last run, because I thought it was just gonna crunch the snot out of Espeon, but it decided not to for some reason. Let's head back. Yeah, let me heal. I also really like, excuse me, how they did the starter selection in this, that you can like go out any of the 3 gates. I thought that was kind of creative. What I am very sad to say I did not realize is that you had other starter when I first played this game. I did not realize there were other starter choices other than Bayleaf, because that was the one right outside the door, and I thought you had to go that way. Anyway, Rhyme is starving and has no food. Can you make food? Like, is there no food, or is there no prepared food? Because if you can take some not food and make it into food, that might be your solution here. You know, like raw meat is not food, but it can be made into food. Yep. The genius of culinary arts over here. I don't have that either. You do not have unprepared food? Let me see. I want to check this Grimer. 9. I feel like it takes... So the Grimer looks probably a roll to kill. I think we just bite though. We don't care if it does survive. Confusion. We do not have ingredients. I mean, okay, that's fair. Ingredients is probably a better word than not food. Oh, hey. That was lucky. Now, the real question is, do we get the confusion chance and the flinch chance? Nope. So that's obviously going into... Yeah, and that did nothing. Oh, the Spadef drop is kind of bad, though. Oh, good, you hit yourself. Okay. So we're just going to ignore the Spadef drop real quick. Helping Hand Swift. Guarantee the double knockout here, which is awesome. Because that leaves us just War Turtle. Down goes Grimer. So even though, like, mid-turn, it makes you throw out a new Pokemon, I do appreciate that it waits till the end of the attack to give you your experience, as opposed to kill, experience, kill, experience. That would be so annoying. Oh no, it's a Shadow Pokemon. Whatever will we do? We're gonna Confuse Ray, and we're actually gonna switch because that makes me nervous. You cancelled it? Why would you do that? No, you're good. We got time. We're not streaming it till Friday, so I feel like this will do... Oh, I expected a little more, honestly. Here's Confuse Ray. I'm just... I can maybe hunt a cat. No, catch the cat. Use cat to hunt bird. Smart. And we're gonna bite here, and we're actually gonna call for it out of hyper mode. That did so much. That was crazy. Ooh, it has Aqua Jet. That's deals less than I thought it would. Alright, here's a good bite. Yeah. Yeah, this is just the game of we have to whittle it down now. We do have Body Slam, but I'm kind of afraid to hit it with Furret, because Furret hits really hard. So we're going to go into Espeon and just use Morning Sun. Yeah. Oh, see, it was going for Aqua Jet again. Here's Bite again. Okay, so I think one more bite because... And heck, we'll throw a Pokeball. Just cuz. Alright, let's see what we got. And 1. 1, 2, 3, Okay, is that actually 100% catch? Because if it is, and I've been wasting a bunch of time there, I'm gonna feel so stupid. Okay. Yep. Oh no, you didn't artificially close the door to their heart. I like how she acts like she knows what that means, even though these people had to do like massive amounts of research to figure out that. Like, she just naturally knows, like, no, you didn't. That's so bad. And it seems like one of those things that someone would say, and you're like, what does that do? And she's like, I don't know. I was hoping you did. Okay, so I am gonna be honest, I'm kind of tempted to take this further than the end game, but it might be like a... So instead of doing just like up to the big tower, we 100% this in a Nuzlocke, and that's gonna be real hard. And maybe we do it as like a separate challenge, right? So yay, we did the Nuzlocke, and now this new Nuzlocke is up Mount Battle, and we have to go all the way up Mount Battle. Not with the same team, but we just have to go all the way up Mount Battle, which is difficult and could probably stand to be its own Nuzlocke, but who knows? Have to go through all of the stadiums as well. That'd be nice. Okay, good. Not good. Oh, it hits. So that thing can have one of two abilities, and I think it's like Insomnia or Compound Eyes. But I think that one's fixed to have Insomnia. I think. Yeah, so we're just gonna wake Ferret up. That doesn't bring it out of... Yeah, it doesn't bring its Shadow Gauge down at all, but oh, that's so much. So this is really good. Because what we can do this next turn is really show off... Well, let's see how much damage this does. Okay, we're fine. We're just gonna keep clicking Shadow Rush. I can talk. And this should let us... Yeah, Shadow Rush, Noctowl, Shadow Rush. And if they go into Hyper Mode, we can call them out, and it's just an all-around good time for everyone. Fury Swipes! How much did that actually do? 6 a shot? Oh, so I mean 5 shots is 30 health. That's actually kind of scary here. There we go. But that's a dead Noctowl, which is really good. And now we just keep clicking Shadow Rush to try and drain that gauge. 1 hit. Go into Hyper Mode. Oh, hang on. Forgot Ferret's faster than War Turtle. Yeah, I probably should have taken that Citrus Berry off because Ferret's now going to eat it. Yeah. Oh, that actually told us something though, because it was at 48 health, so it does heal just 30. Although 30% of 99 is it might just count as 30. So that actually didn't tell us anything. Oh, now Ferret's angry. Alright, we're gonna take this. Yeah, 2. Oh, we only got hit twice. Okay. Even if all of them crit, we're still good. So, Shadow Rush. That's such a huge chunk of its gauge. Like, that's insane. This will also give us more utility during the other fights. It'll allow us to do some more stuff, which is really good. Alright, Shadow Rush. Little damage. Okay, now Furret also has Follow Me. That's really good for electrical attacks. Shadow Rush. Shadow Rush. I don't think it dies here. Unless we crit. Yeah, no shot. It's got too much defense going on. So, 2, 3. Oh, dang, is it going 5? Nope. Oh, that was a crit. It got all 5. Man, that really hurt. Alright, there's that. I was actually thinking of trading, or switching Furret out anyway to bring in, let's actually bring in Espeon, and what we'll do is we'll have War Turtle use Follow Me, so that Furret cannot Fury swipes Espeon. Minerva, why? That really hurt. Okay. Yeah. There we go. Oh, well, I was about to. Okay, and that is a dead Furret. We almost lost our Furret. That would have been bad. Good. Alright, so that's very nice. We are now able to move on to the next trainer. And I think the last Shadow Gauge, right? The last one doesn't give you a move, it just lets you Purify, right? So we could very potentially get Furret the full three moves plus Shadow Rush, and I believe the last move is Dig, which is nice. I'm pretty sure Furret is a guaranteed 31 across the board, but I can check that. I can actually check that not with PK Hex. I can check that with just game documentation. Oh. Coming up. This cat thinks she's a dog. Licks you all the time. I did not mean to do that. There we go. There's now a cat. Come here. No. Alright, yeah, Dustox's Beautifly is not scary, obviously. Okay, we can do this. So yeah, let's go ahead and Shadow Rush the Beautifly, and again, Shadow Rush the Beautifly. Okay, so Furret's done. As soon as we call to it, Furret is out of Shadow Gauge. I can't talk, apparently. Confusion is perfectly fine. Yeah. I'm sorry, Em. Hyper mode. Guess what? No, you're not. And we can feasibly, yep. So what we can do now is switch into Espeon to get some extra, actually, both of these grant, never mind. I was gonna say special attack and special defense, so this is a really good combo for both Espeon and Umbreon. Umbreon getting the special attack isn't great, but it's not bad. but both of them getting special defense is pretty good. And Shadow Pokemon don't gain EVs, that's important to note. They just don't get them at all. Because they don't technically gain experience, which is kind of weird. So they don't get the EVs. And I am perfectly okay with that. So what we're going to do is we're just going to cycle through these two and allow some extra time for some hyper mode activation with War Turtle. But this gets Espeon in, which is really good. So gets all those EVs, and now we can actually go back to Umbreon and call. So this should bring us, yeah, so now we get our third move, which we know is Crunch. And we got hit with Aqua Jet earlier, so that has to be the last move. So that's really good. Really, really good. I don't really see us not getting... so... yeah, let's just go ahead and hit Shadow Rush. If we get one more... ooh, we might not get one more. I was going to say one more Hyper Mode. We definitely get Aqua Jet, which is huge. I don't... we might not get it. Especially because now Umbreon... like, Umbreon's just going to click Confuse Ray again. But we only have two... that was scary. We only have two more clicks of Shadow Rush before... hey, there we go. I was going to say before this thing is dead. Once again, we're just going to use Confuse Ray for the sole purpose of I don't know if this will finish off the Shadow Gauge or just bring it really low. I guess it actually doesn't matter, right? Because now we have Aqua Jet, and that's what we wanted. So who cares? Should have clicked Bite. So yeah, we're just gonna click Bite, click Aqua Jet, and call that a day. Bite, Aqua Jet. Aqua Jet is 40 power, I believe. Shadow Rush is 90, but it's also stab, so it actually brings it up to 60 power. I also just realized that I did not check Furret or War Turtle's ability. If War Turtle has Rain Dish, I mean, we can work with that. It can be okay. Shell Armor is obviously the preferred ability because it's Shell Armor. Yes. And Pickup, right? Yeah. I think we already have an Ultra Ball. That's awesome. I believe Furret can have, like, Limber, which is actually not great on a ground type. There's multiple ways to paralyze, right? Lick, in this game, actually has a 100% chance to paralyze. So, I believe. So, like, Limber can be very useful. However, when most of the time the way you get paralyzed is via T-Wave, Limber's not great. But, I mean, obviously Furret also has access to Body Slam, so I'm aware that Body Slam can paralyze you. I'm trying to decide if it's best to get the Flaffy first, or to get the Whiscash. Because the Whiscash, what we do is we lead, there we go, we lead Umbreon War Turtle, and I don't think the Whiscash can do a whole lot to us. Yeah. And then we get the Whiscash, and can go get the Magmar. Trying to remember what all's over here. Yeah, I can go get the Magmar to go get the Sunflora, and then we have Sunflora, and Whiscash and Furret that can all eat the Flaffy attacks, and T-Bolt and T-Wave. Yeah, so I think Whiscash is actually the correct choice. I don't know why I was thinking start with the Flaffy. I think the thought was it would be the easiest. Oh, I was thinking it would help get the Whiscash, but it actually doesn't. What's with the Sunflora? The Sunflora is with Gloom and Dustox, so maybe we actually just go for the Sunflora. Get the Sunflora that can then help with Whiscash and Flaffy in either order. Probably Whiscash. Although we have to get Mega Drain first for it to actually be helpful against the Psyduck. Yeah, this is where it's weird. Typing is important, stab is not. So, and there's a couple of trainers we can fight before doing that all have really bad IVs. Persian, Swallow, Vigoroth. Vigoroth's actually kind of scary, and then Mightyena, Golbat. Obviously, Golbat has dual Wing Beat, and Swallow also has dual Wing Beat. So we would probably swap into, like, we would throw out Sunflora and then immediately have to swap it out for fear of it dying. Yeah, we're just getting this cutscene out of the way. Ah, thank you, Ryan, by the way. Sorry. Over here. Contemplating best strategies. Not keeping up with chat, that's my bad. There we go. Yeah, I feel like Flaffy is the best thing to get before the Noctowl. Although then again, we won't have T-Bolt. We'll just have Flaffy. Yeah, this really makes it difficult. Because I was going to say get the Flaffy to deal with the Pelipper, but we can't. I think the best course of action is actually... Okay. We're going in calm here, right? So I think we go for Whiscash first. Whiscash, we are going to lead Umbreon, Wartortle. Oh, I forgot you have Mystic Water too. 40 power, that's what I thought. And you have 90, yeah. 80. So, wait. Mystic Water's 10%, 20%? Which one's... Is it 10% or 20%? This actually kind of matters. 20%. Oh no, Gen 4 onward, so it's 10%. So, fun fact, Aqua Jet has a power of 66 after stab. Crunch has 80, so Crunch just deals more damage. And Shadow Rush does even more, but it can send them into hyper mode. So that's unfortunate. I think this is the best lead, and this is the best choice to start with because it has an immunity and only one weakness in Sunflora. I think this is the play. So this is who we start with, and let's see where this goes. Dival. This guy's name is Dival. The names in this game. Black Aura. Okay. First things first, I think we confuse Ray the Whiscash. And we're just gonna crunch the Psyduck. Okay. That is faster than I thought it was. We eat that, that's fine. And obviously we eat that. Here's the crunch. It isn't super effective, I'm aware, but I really don't want to risk hyper mode right now. That did nothing. Oh. Okay, we eat it. Yeah. This is why we had this lead, right? That's why we used this lead. You have own tempo. I knew that. I knew that. Okay, we're going to Moonlight and Crunch. Are these just gonna spam spread moves? Because that's really annoying. Oh, we don't need it. You've got to be kidding me. Yes, but defense? Nope. Does Umbreon die here? Gosh dang it! It's really so it's gonna crash. Wait for it. Never mind. Yeah, so that, I think, actually came down to the fact that we were a lax nature. The minus 10% special defense made it a perfect kill. Maybe not a perfect kill, but based on how much damage we took the first time, I think we would have survived if we weren't minus 10%. This is tough. This is far tougher than any of the other runs, and I'm actually really excited to be doing it. I think it's really cool. Just we got to be a little more patient. It also doesn't help that there's not a lot of places to gain some levels. Yeah, I mean that's what that boils down to. Alright, that was significantly faster. Let's go ahead and check our natures. We got gentle. That doesn't sound good. No idea what it does. Oh, up special defense, down defense. Not bad. Not bad. Sassy. We had that one earlier. Up special defense, down speed. Oh. Yeah, I think we keep it. We do the run. Nah. Yeah, that's... I would agree. I'm... Yeah. Right on that fence there. Like, we could make it work. Hey! Gonna go with Soldier. Yeah, this is a Nuzlocke of Pokemon Colosseum called Grand Colosseum, and it is a bit rough. Yep, there it went. And for some reason, whenever we close close, it crashes when we try to reopen. So that's fun. Yeah, anyway, yeah, so bunch of things have been added. Fairy type, physical special split, bunch of new moves. Not all of the moves, but a bunch of new moves. No new Mon. Yeah, sassy. So sassy on an Umbreon I actually would consider being pretty good, because Umbreon is so slow anyway, that I don't really think Sassy's gonna come into play, right? Like, down speed when you have 65 base speed is just whatever. So, I feel like if it was on Umbreon, we rock with that, especially because now Umbreon is, Umbreon would be what, just shy of 145 base Spadef, which is insane, and has Moonlight. Slow Moonlight, but Moonlight. And we're gonna get 2 Pokemon that have Follow Me, so we can always use a turn to tank something for Umbreon using Follow Me, and then heal Umbreon up, and then we're good. It really, really depends on the Pokemon. I know, newsflash. Good nature depends on what Pokemon it's on. Everyone is stunned silent. Alright, serious nature, that's neutral, that's not bad. Okay. Yeah, and we're seeing if that one worked. Nope. Oh. Yeah, no, it's not gonna. Yeah. So this is where I'm starting to get to the point where I'm like, I know this isn't super entertaining for y'all. And as much as my commentary I try to make funny, I know I'm not exactly the funniest person on the planet. I got super confused for a second. I read that as next time will be modest or trash or rash. Trust, like, or trust, not trust that it will be modest or rash. And I was like, that is not a nature, my guy. But reading comprehension, everyone, it's important. Anyway, I know that this isn't the most entertaining thing for you guys. Nah, Soldier, you're fine. I unfortunately do not speak any Portuguese. I know very little Spanish, and I know enough about Portuguese to know that they are not the same thing. So, if I could, I would attempt saying something in Portuguese, but I know absolutely nothing. And Rhyme can attest to that, to me trying to read German and sounding like an idiot. Anyway, I feel like this might not be the most entertaining for you guys. If you are like, just PK hex it and give yourself some natures, I will. But it's good to know that my English pronunciations are almost as bad as my Calm's good, I think. Up Spadef, down attack. It's an Umbreon. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. I think the only thing better would have been like careful or sassy. Relaxed. I think that's neutral. It's not. up defense, down speed. It's an Espeon, right? What's Espeon's base speed? Because I don't know that off the top of my head. I feel like it's 100. I don't know. I don't know it. It's 110, so it's still base 100, which is pretty quick. Hang on. Rhyme, you bring up a good point. Yeah, hang on. There we go. Search, you stupid computer. Umbreon doesn't get payback in this game. At this point, females are not surprising to me because we've gotten a bunch of oh. This Espeon actually has a really good HP IV too. They seem to both be the same consistently. They're either both male or both female, and I don't know if that's intentional or not, or if that's just how the dice are rolling. Anyway. We can't breed anyway. It's a Nuzlocke. Not successfully. They can if they want. It's just not going to do anything. I do like Calm on Umbreon. I would prefer Sassy, but I think Calm's an okay one. Because Umbreon's point in this game is not to deal damage, it's to click Helping Hand and status moves. And then obviously have like a couple of one attacking move, and then like Tickle, Helping Hand, Taunt, I don't know, Toxic, something like that. Actually, Toxic's not great in double battles because the battle moves too fast for it to really build. Do we reset? I think we reset. Up defense does help keep Espeon alive. We'll do a reset. If this one's not good though, I think we just say we ball and move on. It hasn't showed up here. I think it's gonna crash. Yep, there it went. It's something about the boot up, and I don't know why. Like, I don't think I've got too much going on. My CPU usage is pretty low. Like, it's running perfectly smooth. It just... I don't know. Yeah. Okay. Like I said, this is the last reset for Natures. From here on, it's reset because of death. At least for this session. We will not be resetting for IVs because I kind of think that's a little ridiculous. IVs don't really play a factor very far, right? In most Pokemon games. I guess in this one it's a little different, but we get up to the same point. It's just the start is a little rougher, right? I think we get up to like level 65, something like that. In Colosseum. Hang on, there's a whole thing for this. Colosseums and level caps. So Venus, stack him, and 1 and 2 concepts. 63, so it's a little higher than normal. That's actually right around Cynthia. So that's pretty good. Quiet. That's not a good one. I don't think so. Increase special attack down speed. Nope. I quit. Oh my gosh. That is... I have talked about this. That is the worst nature for Espeon. Lonely. Up attack, down defense. Oh my word. See, I would say Adamant is the worst, except Espeon is so frail that Lonely turns things that should leave it alive into one-hits. And Adamant does reduce output. What about Naughty? Up attack down speed is pretty bad. I feel like reducing your defenses is worse than reducing your speed. Specifically in a double battle setting. Maybe in single battles it would be a little different. I thought Naughty was... Why did I think Naughty had to do with speed? What's up attack down speed? Oh, that's Brave. What the heck was I on? Said that right as it popped up. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, Brave can be useful depending on what you have it on. Like on a Machamp, Brave is fine. Who cares? It's already slow. On Rhyperior, Tyranitar, sure, let's go. Sounds great. I almost said Torkoal, but you don't want that one. Yeah, and it's situationally good for Trick Room teams. Yeah. I actually kind of enjoyed playing against Trick Room teams because when I was doing my venture into competitive on Showdown, I used a half Trick Room team. That's on the wrong Mon. It's on the wrong Mon. All right. I'm gonna make you a deal, chat. I'm gonna make you a deal. We take the next natures, right? And then what we're gonna do, we're gonna take the next natures, we're gonna go forward to where cutscene hell stops. And then what we do is PK Hex so that we actually get some content in this episode. But we will not PK Hex them to the best natures. No. We're going to spin a wheel with only the good, quote, good natures. Not all, so it'll have like modest, right? Espeon's wheel will have modest, but it will also have calm, gentle, careful. Or sorry. It'll have modest, mild, rash, quiet. It will have I would say gentle. Gentle's okay. Hasty's good. Timid. Right? So maybe not hasty. Timid, calm, modest, mild, rash, quiet. Yeah. Does that make sense? Well, see, I don't want to just go with the best natures because the odds of getting the best nature on both things. Up defense, down speed is okay on Umbreon. I'm okay with that. Neutral. I think we run with this for now. This might not be our yeah. These ones are actually decent. These are okay. Yeah, so Umbreon now has 121. Yeah. Watch for the 0 IVs. Yeah, right. Oh, excuse me. So, yeah, Umbreon now has 130 base special defense and 121 base defense. So that's pretty good. And then Espeon's just Espeon, right? Just a normal, boring Espeon. No, nothing fancy there. So I think we run with this. And then on the reset, but I don't think it's like our end-all be-all, right? So I think what we do is spin a wheel. Maybe we'll spin the wheel at the start of the next episode if this continues happening for much longer. How do you make a wheel on, like, Google? A thing we can do. Ah, cool. Yeah, everyone else saw that lag spike, right? That's what happens when I get too many tabs open on the internet. So we bite here, we morning sun here. I also don't believe that I would be patient enough to wait for the best natures. That's part of the reason why I don't want to do it. I want to have this be somewhat, you know, viable. Now that the interesting part was over, you were just so interested in the natures, huh? Yeah, we take calm and timid. I wouldn't do. Yeah. Alright, so yeah, here we just helping hand confusion. Yeah, so I've got the wheels set up for Espeon. Just want to see if it, yeah. Good stuff. Cool. Actually, I don't know if it picked Calm, but now that I'm looking at Calm, I'm like, why did I even pick Calm? Because that's up special defense down. Oh, it's up special defense down attack. That's why I picked it. Because I'd be okay with that. Extra special defense on Espeon just makes it into a feasible tank. Special tank. I didn't heal Espeon. Oops. Oh well, we have morning sun. That's why we have it. Alright, so... yeah. Alright, over here. So yeah, this is not scary. We're just gonna bite this one, and we're going to morning sun because I forgot to do that. Meanwhile, we will also be getting nature's input for Umbreon, which include pretty much all of the special defense ones. Let's say bold. Yeah. Yeah, they both have 5, so that's I mean reasonable, right? And I think from now on we just spin the wheels, yeah. Let's actually, yeah. I think we bite this way actually, and confusion, because I'm pretty sure this Loudred just dies here. Yeah. I guess I could include a couple of the neutral ones, but I find the neutral ones kind of boring. I mean, if you're going to, you know, just put, you know, say I want these natures, maybe don't put a random neutral one in there. Like, yeah. Alright. That's just me though. And it doesn't help that there's 5 of them, and I feel like if you include one, well, I guess you could include one without all 5, right? Because who cares? Yeah. Alright, good stuff. I think it's actually interesting that Pokemon never decided to have a nature influence HP. I'm kind of curious as to why they did that. Would it just be too difficult? Would it be, you know, because the HP equation is different than the other stat equations. So maybe they were like, let's not mess with that one. Who knows? But yeah, that's kind of where that ends, I guess. Don't worry, Rhyme. You're back in the party. Okay. So yeah, the initial plan was to find a good pair of natures, one that we like, that we're not just like, okay, we'll run with this for now, but a pair that we're like, yes, we want these ones, and then save from there, right? Have the backup file. So that's kind of why I was hesitant to do the hex, because I feel like why do that, you know, if we have why hex if we're already planning to work for and then keep a nature spread. But this game is not being kind to us, so. And I do know some people just legitimately will reset for natures. I also know some people will reset for nature and Ivy, and I salute those people. If you have the patience to do that, go ahead. But I cannot stand what is the Pokemon equivalent of watching paint dry. And I might be weak for that, but I will be having fun in my weakness while you cry for the billionth time of not getting the IVs you want. Okay. I also don't have good luck with that, obviously, as proven by the fact that we still haven't gotten... We haven't gotten 2 good natures on these 2 Pokemon at the same time. I think the one time we got 2 good natures, they were on the wrong Pokemon. Like if they were switched, would have been great, but they weren't. Therefore, they're bad. Alright. I'm apparently very unlucky. Says the guy that crit like 7 times with a Sand Slash in the previous Nuzlocke, but still. I also know that Pokemon Challenges reset for his starter. He didn't change his starter, he reset for his starter. So I feel less bad about restarting. But we're also trying to get 2, not 1. So even with 5 options that we will accept, that's what, 5 out of 25, so that's really? Huh. Yeah. So 25, so that's 1/5 twice. 0.2 times 0.2 is what? 0.2 times 0.2 is like 0.04. So a 4% chance to get acceptable natures. I guess that goes up significantly, right, if we count all the neutral ones, but we don't want 2 neutral ones. So it would actually be what? It would be 2/5 and 1/5. So 0.4 times 0.2, which is 0.08. I mean, that's better. Not good. Let's go ahead and bite the Corphish again and Confusion the Coughing. We did the calc on this at some point, and the Coughing just dies. Yeah. I think even with minus special attack, or maybe that was the contingency. If we're minus special attack, it lives. But we're never going to be minus special attack because we can just reset. And really, that cutscene, I do have to say, is significantly faster than, like, resetting Platinum, right? Yeah, we're going to go with Flint strats until Espeon can either not get hit or it's low enough that we can just click Confusion and kill it, which is now, I believe. Yeah, I believe that's kill range, especially with Bite backing it up. Actually, I was a little nervous, I'm not gonna lie. Let's Helping Hand just to... Yep, that just happened. I Helping Hand Morning Sun. That doesn't work. That doesn't work. The worst part is that's the second time I've done that today. Helping Hand. Confusion. I forget that this is not as responsive as the modern games. We saw that a few times in Crystal as well, where I would like hit something and then I wouldn't misclick on moves, but I misclicked on items quite a bit. Yeah. So, woo. Alright, well, we're good there at least. And one thing that I will say with the wheel is obviously we will not be able to be like, I don't like those 2 natures together. We just have to take them. Because I think Calm might be on both of them. Maybe? I don't think so, actually. I'm not sure if it's better to be bulkier in this game or if it's better to hit hard. I feel like bulkier is actually a little better. Because of the double battles, right? Hitting hard can save you if you knock out one side, but it's kind of hard to do that, especially later. I feel like I'm a predictor right now. I feel like we're gonna wipe a few times to Dakeem, because he's got, again, casual playthroughs that I've done. His team is Earthquake spammers, and that's really hard to deal with where he's at. We've gone through more runs right here than we've gone through triple the number of runs than for the last game, not counting the nature resets. All right. Woo. All right, good stuff. And we buy, of course. Yeah, the reason we do this is just so that inevitably something is not going to want to get in the ball, right? And so we're just prepping for that. I guess we could buy 10 Great Balls. I just think that's excessive. And maybe we need to buy more potions. Who knows? But the fact that you can only gain experience through trainer battles definitely makes the money in this game a lot less important. I don't remember where you get amulet coin, though. Wherever it is, I feel like it's it's not too far in, but it's not exactly near the beginning. Might be wrong about that, though. I'd be okay with being wrong about that. I just noticed, like, I haven't really paid attention to their hands, and Minor B's hands, right, are like in his sleeve, so you can't tell. But their arms are just noodles. They don't have hands. They have like noodle ends, and that's hilarious. Like, ran out of triangles, I guess. I also like how he like the way he dance runs out of there, and then they're just like, okay, fine. Fine, we'll go. Alright. Mirror Peon. I think it's supposed to be Foley, but it's Folly, and I appreciate that. Alright, this is super easy. I think we actually bite the Lombre this time. Right? Wait. Bite Lombre. And then Helping Hand. I don't know why it took me so long to find Helping Hand, but it did. So. Alright, let's see what we get here. Fake Out. Bonk. Yep. Fake Out into Espeon. We can't flinch because we already moved. Big bite here. Okay. That's definitely a range of Helping Hand confusion. I think what we do is we double into it, we confusion and bite. If confusion doesn't kill, then bite will. And if confusion does kill, then we still get damage off on the Loudred. But I think confusion kills. Yep. That is that, like, area that's slightly... It's like, what's the best move here? I think that was just the best move. Nice, especially with that. Heck yeah. Helping Hand confusion. Bite and Confusion have the same amount of power, so assuming that their special defense and defense are the same, Bite deals exactly half the damage of Confusion. Assuming that Umbreon and Espeon have the same special attack stat. Or no. Have the same IV in the attack and special attack stats. That's what it was. There we go. And now we get a free Pokemon, which is nice. Ariados Duskull. Okay, so we don't immediately get to catch the Furret, which is irritating, but nothing like too awful. I forgot Ariados has Intimidate. Doesn't change anything, because we don't need Helping Hand to kill here. Ariados has not great special defense, and all we have to be is faster, and we are, so. That's where those minus speed natures are really, really bad. There's Furret. Duskull should be at least slower than Umbreon. I don't know why it wouldn't be, yeah. I think Duskull's like base 30. It's really slow. Dusclops isn't a whole lot faster either. Nightshade does a consistent damage there. So we're gonna go Bite again for the flinch chance, and then we're going to just chuck a Pokeball into the Furret. Two, three. Yeah, it's a guaranteed catch. It's your catching tutorial for Shadow Pokemon, so. Alright. Big damage. Does it flinch? It does not, so it's going to fire off another Nightshade. 27. Oh, we have exactly 27 health left. That's kind of funny. But it doesn't matter. What we're going to do is we're going to switch. And the only reason we switch is to lower that heart gauge. Shadow gauge, whatever you want to call it. And it lowers it a pretty decent chunk if I remember right. Bonk, done. Okay, I should probably add Furret to the team, huh? There we go. Umbreon and Espeon both get some experience, and Furret is just happy to be there. That's so, like, it's so funny to me that these people are like, oh wait, you just took my Shadow Pokemon and now are effectively hitting me with it. Not that they can do anything. Also, it is slightly unfortunate that we are a moral person and cannot snag whatever we feel like. I think that would be an interesting run where you can snag one Pokemon from every trainer. Dupes being a thing, obviously. You would have many encounters. Probably have to limit it. Like, all Shadow Pokemon you can have, but only one non-Shadow Pokemon, or something like that, because otherwise your encounters would be definitely in the triple digits. Alright. We determined that Furret's a bad lead. Well, maybe not necessarily Furret is a bad lead, but Espeon Umbreon is just a significantly better lead than either Espeon or Umbreon with Furret. Yep. It throws out Umbreon first, and I should really move it so it says, oh well, Umbreon and Espeon. Yeah, no, never mind. Let's go Bite into Drowsy and Confusion into Grimer, because I believe that leaves them both with the Sliver as long as we don't get crits. And yeah, that should be in swift range. Helping hand swift range, that is. The flinch is really good. Poison jab poisoning here would be pretty... Ow. Yes, of course it does. Okay. Well, I think Espeon's the one we were switching out when the War Turtle comes out. So we're gonna Helping Hand Swift. And this should bring down these two. And bop. Crit. That was necessary. Good. Yeah, having that 130 base special attack and Helping Hand being used is really good. Okay. Yeah, now here's where things get fun. I think maybe... I don't trust Espeon's garbage defense is the problem. The other problem lies in the fact that Furret only knows Shadow Rush and is a ground type in this. Oh, that last battle did not lower that at all. Oh, at least we take a Crunch though. Not an Aqua Jet, but I think... Ow. Right, I think we determined that Crunch... Well, Aqua Jet will deal... Aqua Jet against Furret deals 50% more-ish than Crunch. So we have plenty of health left to take the hit. Helping Hand Shadow Rush is really strong, I have just realized, because essentially it takes it to like a base 135 power move, but you can also just go into hyper mode, so you might just have wasted your Helping Hand, which is really sad. Alright, so we're gonna bite here, and then we're going to actually throw a Pokeball. Pokeball! I also should have taken the Citrus Berry off of Furret, but I forgot. We're gonna see if this works. I don't think it's 100% catch rate, but I might just be a complete idiot. I think next time we just throw the ball and see if it works, because I thought that was not 100% catch rate. And I've said that multiple times now, and every time I say it, it catches. So either it's mocking me, which is quite possible, or it is 100% catch rate and I'm just an idiot. Six, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Alright. Gotta get rid of that poisoning. And then... trying to decide if it's worth it to... well, let's check here. Pick up. That's not great. That's really not great. We finally got Rain Dish. Rain Dish is normally the hidden ability. The biggest problem with Rain Dish is that Shell Armor is just better. It just is. Like, there's nothing more to say than that. So not having it, and the fact that we don't actually get access to a Pokemon with Drizzle, so we have to spend a turn using Rain Dance, kind of sucks. I am going to go ahead and speed this up just a touch. Because we're doing the same thing that we did last time, which is exploit Shadow Rush to try and get these heart gauges down. Or for it just crits and kills, jeez. Good. Very good. I don't think we try to go all the way down. Because War Turtle's Aqua Jet really isn't that great. It's a good water, like it's water type move, so that makes it, you know, good for War Turtle. But I don't think we really want it bad enough to stay here forever. All right, Furret kills with Shadow Rush. Nice. Thanks, and we move this way. Yeah, so what I think... Ooh, man. Ooh, man. Yeah, I think we go for the other trainer again, because at the very least we want Body Slam and Follow Me, right? So, here's what I actually think we do. Is we send an Umbreon Espeon first to get the 3 special attack and special defense EVs from this guy. And really, I could have sent him into the other battle and gotten, I think it's like 2 and 2 in both special attack and speed. So I guess more for Espeon on that one, but still. But then we're just gonna switch out, which again gives, it lowers the heart gauge, which is good. And let's, I mean, it just, yeah. The big thing is it lowers the heart gauge. Alright, there's Harden. So maybe we get an extra turn of Shadow Rushing to try and get that hyper mode. We do want to get rid of Beautifly first, because Beautifly is the more dangerous one. Which is weird to say, but between the two, technically Beautifly is more dangerous. Dustox is a better tank, Beautifly hits harder, so... And neither of them hit hard pretty much at all. But, yeah. That's real big. Now we got the crit. That's actually kind of irritating. Because once again, we're not going for crits. We got crit. That's okay. We do have Follow Me and Shadow Rush now, which is really good. Or Follow Me and Body Slam is what I meant. Okay, so we're good there. I think... Alright, yeah, I think maybe we actually do go for that Flaffy. I think that's the best option here. We will eventually catch another Pokemon and not lose someone. It's just gonna take a minute. Alright, and I think the best leads against Flaffy are Umbreon Espeon. Because of Synchronize, it is disincentivized to click T-Wave, except against Umbreon. So what we could do... Nah. I was gonna say what we could do is switch to Linoon. It's not a Linoon, that's a Furret. I have no idea why I said Linoon. I've been saying Furret this entire time. Okay. Yeah, go away. Okay. So we're good there. And now we can go this way. Nah, let's not do that cutscene. Let's just go straight for the Flaffy. Because Flaffy helps us get... After we get Thunderwave, helps us get Noctowl, and Noctowl helps us get everything else after we get Hypnosis. We just have to get Hypnosis, that's the problem. Yeah. It's actually kind of scary to try and get the Shadow gauges depleted. Heart gauges, whatever. Alright, so we're going to Helping Hand this time, and now we Confusion to get rid of the Breloom. So, Breloom goes down here, which is very good for us, because now it lets us deal with the Flaffy. There we go. Yeah, there's T-Wave, and it really likes firing it into the Umbreon. But it goes for Espeon. That's okay, honestly. Yep, so Synchronize reflects it back. It cures it with a Citrus Berry. There's nothing we can do about that. So we're going to hit a Confuse Ray, and we're going to switch to Furret. And Furret hits really hard. That is my biggest concern here. It hits hard. So we might just click Call with it. It's just there to, you know, be moral support or something. Ah, that was a good switch. All right, we're gonna Bite. I'm scared. I don't want to kill this Flaffy again. What level is Furret at? 30? And I'm pretty sure the Furret set is guaranteed, the 31s, but who knows? I was wrong before. I don't actually know if it recognizes Shadow Rush's move. Does not. I can base the body off a Slam is what I almost said. Base the damage off of Body Slam. Umbreon 28. Using Bite. So Bite Body Slam pretty well kills. This Flaffy. So I think instead of Bite, what we do is we click Body Slam. But we're actually just gonna try a Ball, because why not? Yeah, this is a rough one, trying to figure out what to do here. Nope. Okay. Well, I guess that tells us that's not a guaranteed catch. That didn't do... Oh no, that did about what it should have. Oh, that has to be an Umbreon, right? Heck yeah, let's go. Because now Synchronized procs again. So, Body Slam did around 51 damage, which means Bite dealing about half that is actually a viable option here. We'll throw another ball just because we can. I am curious about the catch rate of this thing, though. 32, it's about, what, 60? Wow. Supposedly that's like a 30 or a 60% catch, 50, sorry, a 50% catch rate. If I can read numbers, that'd be great. Wow, double para. We're gonna Bite, and we're just gonna chuck another ball, because supposedly it's a 50% catch rate at about 60 HP, which I think might be an overshoot. It's weird. 1, 2, 3. Gotcha that time. There we go. I forgot where my camera was, so sorry about the hand straight in your face. Alright, good stuff though. So now we have a Flaffy. This is good. This run is doing much better. Much better. Flaffy's all the way over there and sad. We really need to get through the Lady Anne and the Pelipper to get to the Noctowl. I am gonna be completely honest. I'm scared of the frickin' Whiscash trainer. Maybe Helping Hand Confusion messes that thing up pretty good. Level 27, that's what I need to know. Helping Hand Confusion into Psyduck at level 32. 52 damage. Like, this thing's kind of insane, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, okay. It's better to go for the Noctowl. Well, we have to get rid of the, yeah, because the Lady Anne's gonna be firing off. Oh my gosh, Lady Anne's so bulky. It's bulky, which is weird to say. It's a Lady Anne. Maybe Ward Turtle Espeon. And because the Lady Anne only has its only damaging move is Mach Punch, I believe. Yeah, it's got Tackle. Tackle, Safeguard, Mach Punch. This might sound crazy, maybe the Misdreavus? Misdreavus has Psybeam, Shadow Ball. So, well, it actually has Shadow Rush, Shadow Ball. So Umbreon tanks, and Furret can't be hurt by Shadow Ball. Furret can't deal damage either. But and then it's Delcatty Linoon as the other two. And the Delcatty likes to click Fake Out first turn. So what we could do is Furret Espeon, because I believe it's Linoon Delcatty lead. And what we can do there is use Follow Me to... Actually, do you know Follow Me? Hang on. Did we get Follow Me for you? I don't think we did. So we would have to do War Turtle Espeon for Follow Me Confusion into the Delcatty, who's going to eat it pretty well. It's a Delcatty. Yeah, eats it very, very well. Yeah, and the Linoon does too. So where we really need a fighting type move, but we don't have one. Jigglypuff has Disarming Voice. Magmar might not be a bad choice here. Go for the Magmar trainer. I think that's the dude chilling out of the circle, but I think he's also the strongest of them. Sunflora doesn't look too bad. I think maybe we go for Sunflora here. Try to get, because if we can't like hard counter something, we're just gonna have to like switch until we have a good option. And actually, Sunflower is a pretty bad one to do that with. The problem is the Magmar is paired with an Azumarill, a Jigglypuff, and a Swablu. Now, obviously, if we had T-Bolt on Flaffy, things would be different, but we don't have T-Bolt on Flaffy yet. We're kind of SOL on that point. But we got Flaffy. I don't think we saved. I want to save because it's been crashing. Not while playing, but it's still been having some issues. So, oh man, is it best to go for the Noctowl? My fear with the Noctowl is that the Lady N is going to actually mess us up pretty good, because it does have like base 115 attack and Mach Punch, which 2 of our Pokemon are weak to. So, and the Noctowl has dual Wing Beat and extra sensory, so it has coverage options. It can hit everyone for neutral, if not, you know. Oh no, actually, it's not super effective to anyone. But the Sunflora is also super effective to 2. Whiscash is super effective to 1. Misdreavus is super effective to 1, but we can do some follow me stuff to get around that maybe. Magmar. This is just rough. I think we just go for the Noctowl, because at least there we can do Helping Hand to try and take out the Lady N really quickly. You can do Helping Hand. Oh, but the Pelipper has Water Pulse. What ability does Flaffy have? Can have one of 2 abilities. Okay, it has Static. That is the better ability, because the other option is Plus. Or maybe it's Minus. It's one of those 2. It's bad. Furret is super affected by both water and fighting, so I feel like that's a horrible choice. Actually, yeah. So let's do Wartortle, because the Pelipper likes to use Rain Dance, which then activates Rain Dish. So maybe this is the better lead here. Oh, this is rough. Okay. Lady Ann is level 27, not 32 like I was thinking. So that's good. Sword Confusion does do a little over half. Let's go ahead and Shadow Rush and Confusion. Sorry, punch my mic. So one for Tackle. Or Safeguard, I guess. Yeah, Tackle. That's gonna deal some damage, because yeah. That a third is not great. That was good. That was big. Okay. Yeah, so now here's the Noctowl. And I wish... I don't know what I wish. I can't even say anything. Yeah, here's Rain Dance. So now the Pelipper also has Rain Dish, but it's going to benefit me more than it's going to benefit him. I think it's actually better for Wartortle to attack and us to just like Swift here. Yeah. That did nothing. Okay. Extra sensory. That's probably going into the war turtle, yeah. Ooh, that was a lot more damage than I thought it would be. Shadow Rush goes off though, which is good. Oh, that did nothing. Okay. That's gonna hurt Espeon, isn't it? That crit was really bad. That was so bad. I think we have to go Flaffy here. And the reason I want to do that is because I'm hoping that he extra sensories the war turtle. Yeah, he does. Okay. This hits the... or not. It's not at all what I almost needed him to do, honestly. Because that's going to be a lot of damage to Flaffy now. Yep, okay. So I think extra sensory is going that way again. And so what we do is we Shadow Rush one more time. And we switch to Umbreon. Because Umbreon can tank both of those, right? It ignores the extra sensory entirely. And then special defense is the best stat. Yep, doesn't affect Umbreon. Okay. For a second I thought it missed. I was like, uh-oh. That was not part of the plan. Water Pulse. Eats the Water Pulse just fine. Little less fine than I was hoping, but I forgot about Rain. War Turtle heals some more. Good. And now... I think we actually use Follow Me here and Confuse Ray. Yeah. That way, War Turtle also gets hit with the Water Pulse. That extra sensory does so much damage, though. Yeah. Yep. Oh, that's not good either. There we go. The rain stopped. That means the Pelipper probably goes for rain this turn, I would think. So oh gosh, this is so not good. We can go into Furret here for if this fails. It doesn't have a condition on it, which really sucks. At about 50. Actually, probably about 40. It's, oh wait, it's not paired, hang on. Yeah, it's got like a 28% chance right now, which is not good. I really needed that to hit himself that right there. Uses Rain Dance. And now we have to get Furret out of there. Oops. We have to go into War Turtle. And we have to throw a ball. We'll do a Great Ball and pray. That's the strat here. I think if this misses, we lose someone, and I think if we lose someone, we're gonna lose multiple someones, and then we die. 2, 3. Dang it. Yep. Furret switches out. War Turtle. Knocked out. Hits itself. That's huge. That might have just saved War. That actually definitely saved War Turtle. Oh man, that does so much damage. And you're confused. Yeah, there's nothing we can do. We lose someone here. I think Furret's the most expendable. You got 3 shakes last time. Might as well try it again. Like 32. Great ball. It's a 50-50 shot. There it is. I don't know if we get out of here though. Yeah, I think Furret's the most expendable. Oh, that was huge. But I don't know if we can get out of here. Because now Furret's definitely is gonna be taking the hit. I think we just kinda gotta full send it. Nope. Pelipper lives, Furret dies. That was just an insane play though. Nope, dies. Yep. Yeah. Even with Helping Hand, that wouldn't have killed. This is just rough. There's Helping Hand. There we go. Helping Hand goes off, which means that Confusion kills. We lost Furret. It's really bad. Really bad. Furret was our physical attacker. It was also our only ghost out. Well, I guess technically Umbreon is, yeah. It also definitely reduces the issues we have with water. But Furret's actually a good Pokemon in this. So that's problematic. Okay, I guess we go. Oh, whoops, I forgot. I guess we go for Sunflora? What was the lead? Yeah, this one. Let's go this way. Sunflora. I think this girl has the Sunflora. Yeah. Yeah, so that's Sunflora. Oh, leg almost cramped. Sunflora is our shadow encounter. And it's slow, but I believe it hits really hard. I'm honestly trying to remember. So let's Helping Hand Confusion to get rid of this gloom. In hindsight, probably should have run a calc on that, huh? Yeah, it was a roll to kill without it. Dustox, I don't think there's a shot that it dies without it. Dustox is very bulky, yeah. So we need the helping hand to kill here. Yeah, so Sunflora likes to use Sunny Day because it has the ability Chlorophyll. So I thought. But I feel like it should have outsped Espeon there. Silverwind is really bad. Yeah. Oh, and it got the Omni boost. Damn. Yeah, pretty much what that means for us is I don't have to double into it, which is good, but I definitely have to commit to Confusion. I was gonna Helping Hand Swift, because I think that would have killed, but after the Omni boost, I don't think it would. Good. Yeah, there's Mega Drain. Oh! +1 growth did that? Oh, crap. I think that's a wipe. Losing Espeon is the worst thing that could have happened. Oh gosh, it's a +2. Growth really is a terrible move. Come on. There we go. And now we learn Hypnosis, which is good. It did that much to Umbreon? Oh, this is bad. That was insane damage. I think Moonlight works here because I think it goes for Weather Effect. Also Hypnosis hit. So Guaranteed Turn to Sleep is really, really good right now. Oh, jeez. That was insane damage. Of course. Okay. Alright, come on, bite. That, yeah, it does nothing, but it's all we got right now, so. Because I'm not about a Helping Hand Shadow Rush. Too big of a risk of just burning a turn doing nothing. Alright, here's Bite. Come on. Alright, good. Stays asleep. That's really important. I think we just kind of try to chuck a ball right now. And Shadow Rush again. Gosh dang. Something in my eye. I feel it. This is rough. Yeah. I didn't really think that would work. Sleep is the best oh my gosh, Noctowl, calm down. It also doesn't help that I don't know Noctowl's... oh, actually, hold up. What is your ability? Compound Ice. That's amazing. Raises accuracy by 30%, right? So that's 78 for Hypnosis, which is insane. Very, very good. There we go. Okay, yep, there's Bite. Okay, Confused. Hit yourself. Sunny Day. Okay. We know that Noctowl's still faster, right? So let's just check another Pokeball. I really don't know. I'm fighting real hard for this Sunflora because this is the farthest we've gotten. I don't know how well this will go though. Missed, yeah. Snapped out of Confusion too. There's Mega Drain. Jeez. Like, that's just insanity. And we're going for Hypnosis again. We hit it, which is really, really good. Yep. Sunflora goes to sleep. Moonlight, I think, actually might bring us back to full. Because of the Sunny Day, yeah. We're gonna Confuse Ray and Shadow Rush. We do have Dual Wing Beat if we just need to end the fight. Ooh, that did nothing. That's actually good. Okay. Confuse Ray. For whenever it does wake up, which I imagine will be next turn, because my luck is not going real hot right now. Okay, we actually get the Shadow Rush off. It's kind of surprising given what else has been happening. Yeah. Sunflora's faster than Umbreon, but still slower than Noctowl and Espeon in the sun, which means Sunflora is slow. Sunlight Faded. Again, useful for us. Let's go ahead and chuck a Pokeball. And we're just gonna call you. Now this should be pretty dang good, I think, because like, it is at level 32. Yeah, there we go. I was like, but it's really low on health, and it's asleep. Yeah, so. Okay, we're going to keep going for encounters, but losing Espeon, like I said, is might have been the worst trade we've ever had. Losing Espeon is really, really bad. The only thing worse might potentially have been losing Flaffy. Might. Because losing Espeon is actually awful. Okay, who's the next person? I think the next person almost has to be the Whiscash Psyduck. And we're gonna lead... Oh, I didn't put Espeon away, hold up. I forgot, well, we'll just leave Espeon, it doesn't matter. We're gonna lead this way, I think. Let's do this. I think that's probably the best lead. What are you holding? Lepa Berry. Okay. What are you holding? Chestoberry. I don't know why the Sunflora have a Lepaberry. Or, actually, the Noctowl holding a Chestoberry doesn't make sense either, because, Synchronize doesn't work, for, sleep. So, don't know why you would have that on him. Alright, yeah. Yes, I know it's the Whiscash. I need to get rid of this Psyduck. And this might have actually been a horrible mistake. That deals a lot of damage for coming from a Whiscash. Psychic into Sunflora. Okay, Sunflora ate that, which is really good. Okay. That's kind of what I was afraid was gonna happen. I think we click... Ooh. I think we have to switch to Umbreon here. To tank the hit as best he can. Because that Shadow Rush hurt. I also haven't been checking the Shadow Pokemon natures. Just cause. Yeah, here's Shadow Rush again. Of course you get the crit. I was really hoping to fire that into Wartortle. The Spadef drop's really, really bad. I mean, we still eat the next one, but after that we're in trouble. Surf. Oh! He was stupid. We eat that. Not as well as I thought. Yeah, and the Whiscash also gets hurt, which is good. Moonlight brings us up pretty good. And I don't think... Oh my gosh, Sunflora, please. I really kind of need you to not do that right now. I think Sunflora lives this turn. I need it out of hyper mode. Actually, I didn't. I should have left it in hyper mode. Yeah, that was a throw. Oh, come on! That's a wipe. We're done. That's Umbreon and Espeon. We're done. We're done. Okay. We are officially spinning the wheel, folks. And I think we get to Pyrite, and then we will call this one midday. I don't even remember what Umbreon's nature was. I remember it was okay. I know Espeon's was neutral. Does anyone remember what Umbreon's was? Was it Rash? I feel like it was Rash. No. I feel like it wasn't boosting special defense. I feel like it was boosting defense. Man, that one sucked. We're getting there. It's just really, really rough. Holy cow. Alright. Rhyme, you have been here through the whole of it. I will defer to chat this once. Would you rather spin the wheel or just pick the natures? Your choice. And I'll even let you pick the natures versus me. Wheel it is. I'm glad that you said that, because I made the wheel, so I'd be very sad if we did not use the wheel. Let's see here. Oh, I guess, no, we can't, because I can't save yet. Alright, well, we're gonna spin the wheel. Might as well look at the natures, though, right? Let's see how much we're changing things. Rash. I feel like that's Espeon's nature, right? Yeah, up special attack, down special defense. Lax. Up defense, down special defense. That is not good, I would say, because it still decreases your defense, but it does boost your other one, so I guess that's kind of moot. But yeah, we will not be taking that one. I was gonna lose my mind if this was the time that we got calm modest. I would have lost my mind. Alright. Double Linoon. Yes, as you can see, we are still on speed up right now because we've all seen this fight a lot. We're going to Helping Hand, we're going to actually click Confusion, and then Espeon says whack. Yep, we do have to take 1 tackle, we take 2 tackle. Ow. I do appreciate the fact that the only way I think you wipe there is if they both crit. And that's obviously very rare. We've actually got a lot of health this time. We got 75. I think that's a 31. It's pretty up there. It's like 20, well, I was gonna say like 25 to 31, but then I remember we're a higher level, so it's probably only like a 28 to 31. So that's super cool. We're gonna Bite and Morning Sun back up to full, so that we're only missing 1 tackle's worth of health, not the combination tackle. And then that should be enough to click Helping Hand, and I almost clicked Helping Hand. Helping Hand, Helping Hand. Woo! Everyone has boosted attack. Dead. Okay. Good stuff. Woo! Bum, 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 bum. All right. Now we have this scene play out yet again. All right. Yep. She's in the bag, guys. She's in the bag. Ah, folly. I do find it interesting they traded out a Loudred for a Lombre later. I'm a little curious. Oh, I forgot to heal Espeon. Whoops. What? You mean like the balance of the game? It's very difficult. There we go. the cutscenes, yeah. That is fair. Bonk. Thankfully, 2 Helping Hand Confusions does get through that. Alright, now we can go ahead and save up. Now, again, we're not going to do this for any other mons, and we're not going to change their IVs. But I will admit, part of the reason why we won't do it for any other mon is because if you edit mons in PK Hex and then save them, it overrides any stat changes done by the hack for some reason, or so I'm told. I don't know if that's actually true, but I would rather not find out on this save file. That was almost really bad. We almost had Sir following Sir because I was on autopilot. There we go. Whew. Dodge that bullet. Okay. Now, again, we're spinning the wheel, so what I'm gonna do is I will save a backup of this. And instead of starting all the way over, we're just going to start from here, and I'll spin the wheel from now on, and we'll get a nature from there. We'll get a nature for each from there. So there's still some variety to the runs. It's not just the same thing over and over again, is the hope. So, first things first, we'll boot up PK Hex. I don't know if we can edit it while it is open, so I want to find out. We can. Interesting. Okay. So here's what we're gonna do. I gotta move some stuff around real quick. Okay, hang on. We're bumping that back down to normal speed. Okay. But now you guys get to, here you are, witness the wheel. I need to move the wheel. We're gonna put the wheel over here. There we go. Okay. So this is Umbreon's wheel. You can tell because it has Sassy on it. So here we go. It's time to spin that wheel, and no one gets any money, but we get to make progress. So that's, ooh, I forgot that wasn't the actual PKX window because I'm an intelligent person. Oh, we got Sassy. That's actually like the best one, I think. That's pretty dang good. So, oh man, that special attack, it's gonna be real helpful there. Alright, well, drop you in. Now we get to come over here to wheel 1. And we'll drag Espeon in. Espeon started with Lax. Oh wait. There were only 5 in Umbreons. I feel like there should only be 5 in Espeons. Calm. Timid. Mild. Modest. Timid, calm. Mild, modest, rash, quiet. Yeah, no, that's accurate. Okay. Here we go, ready? Again! Oh, it's right here. What do we get? Calm? What is calm? Up special defense, down attack. Yeah, we'll take it. It's not bad. Again, these weren't the best natures. These were just, like, natures that we are actually okay with having. Right? So, save. Yes. Okay. So it looks like it doesn't use the the save file while it is operating, which is a little strange to me. But it does let us move on. So close. Yes. Oh, I forgot to check Espeon's IVs. Yeah, it's okay. I'll pull them later. Okay, it worked. Okay. So now we're gonna see how far we make it. If we gotten sassy, modest I would have lost my mind. I would have been screaming. Because that would have been absolutely ludicrous. Now at least we have a decent chance of getting that, right? We've got, we've got a 20% chance and a 16% chance. So getting both, I guess, isn't, like, stupid high. But actually getting the best combination is now as high as getting a decent combination. So that's pretty good. And really, I'm kind of debating taking out Calm. I'm okay with Calm, which is why it's in there, but kind of meh. Yeah. Alright. We're speeding this one up as well. Maybe I should resave after we get the Pokeballs and use that one. But that's so many fights. My problem, well, really isn't. It's just one more fight, right? And it's not a hard fight. We can guarantee win it, provided no crit. Right? So, I don't know. There is almost zero intelligence in that fight. The one that's right out here. So, nah, I think we keep it back there. The save point. While they're talking, I'm actually going to. Yeah, it is. Oh, thanks for being honest. Yeah, I used to be part of Teen Snag'em. I actually wonder, like, so it's canonical that he is, but if you say no, does she actually believe you? Does it change the canon? I feel like the answer is no, but I don't have an answer to that. So let's... that one... Yeah, so I'm gonna copy this save file real quick. I'm gonna paste it on my desktop. I don't know if that worked or not. There's too many things in the way for me to know if I actually succeeded. I don't think I did. I'm gonna try that again. Sorry, if I don't do this now, I know I'm gonna forget. So, where is it? Oh, there it is. I see it. They just put it in a really weird spot. Okay, we're good. Anyway, back to the game. Helping hand. Oh, no. We don't need helping hand, right? We determined this. So now we just bonk. Crit. Mattered. Definitely. Oh, man. Now the bite goes off. We hit it. This time we're gonna try just auto catching the Wartortle. I was so nervous right there. We're gonna bite, and we're gonna Morning Sun. It actually looks like the that not great defense IV of like 8 might screw us over. I guess we could randomize the IVs. There's a button for it. What do you think about that one, Rhyme? We randomize the IVs every time still, and we spin the wheel to ensure a good an okay nature. I think that again, that just plays into the variety, I feel like. And we don't have to do those cutscenes anymore, so. As long as I don't delete the save. The backup save. Yeah, because what I'll do is I'll just delete, whenever we wipe, I'll just delete the current save and then drag the backup save in, and or copy the backup save in and cry. Wait, did I say that out loud? Yeah, this might not be Crying Crystal, but this is definitely... This might actually be more intense than Double Platinum, and that is saying something. Even with the documentation, it is very difficult. I think I'm gonna be running some calcs outside of stream and trying to come up with the best strategy. I also still want to confirm if War Turtle and Furret are perfect IV or not. I think they are, but I cannot confirm. In which case, it's very, very sad to me that the only Pokemon that won't be perfect IV are Umbreon and Espeon. Anyway, double battles are always harder early game. Feel like because you're focused down. And yes, that is extremely accurate. I think I'm also not quite in the double battle mindset, which is crazy because of how many runs we've already done of this. But like, it's not an easy transition to go from singles to double. Double to singles wasn't too bad, but like that mindset change of going from singles to double, you have to like, oh right, glass cannons aren't necessarily great because they can only hit one Pokemon at a time typically, and they can only kill one Pokemon at a time, which means your tanks and your tanks that don't deal damage don't really deal any pressure. Like, the war of attrition will be lost when you have two Pokemon hitting your tank, and your tank can only hit one. So the mindset of bulky or heavy hitting, it doesn't work in double battles. You kind of have to have both, or in Umbreon's case, right? Umbreon doesn't hit hard. It is a tank, but it has the support option in Helping Hand to make it a threat. It also has Moonlight to heal itself, which is amazing. And the light support of Confuse Ray, if you don't think Helping Hand is necessary, but you don't want to bite because the chip doesn't matter. Right? If you can bite and if the chip isn't going to net a kill, it might be better to click Confused Ray to make sure Espeon doesn't get hurt. Or if Espeon is going to get hurt anyway, then the Confused Ray can help with healing with Moonlight. Not Moonlight, she is Morning Sun. My bad. I also didn't check genders, so forgive me. Again, to me, until proven male, Espeon is female. And until proven female, Umbreon is male. I don't know why my brain works that way, but that's how it is. Alright. This lets us in here. I do have to say, though, like, I like the challenge of this. Is it actually unlikely? I thought that they were a 50-50 shot. I'm sorry, what was that, Rhyme? Oh, they're different! They're opposite! They're mocking me. Oh, really? I didn't realize it was a 1/8 chance on female. I thought it was 50-50, obviously, because that's what I said. Interesting. There we go. There's helping hand. That is why it's rare. You just can't get females. You can't have a lot of baby Pokemon if there's no mamas. There we go. Alright, good level up. Ooh, great level up. Holy cow, that's awesome. Umbreon got calm? Is that what it was? Yeah. Ooh. That really hurt. See, this is where the Confuse Ray comes in, so we're going to click Morning Sun. I mean, I actually never understood why they made the starters a 1/8 female rate. It just didn't make sense to me. Like, I don't care. I obviously don't care, but I also feel like maybe it was just to keep people from breeding them. Is that what it was? I could see them doing something weird like that. I think we Morning Sun again, just for the health. Because we do have the battle right after this, even though it's not scary at all. I mean, that's fair. I feel like maybe just making the females rare, it was a little thing that they did so that people were like, oh, I got a female, woo! You know? Who knows? Who really cares, honestly? I do think that it was interesting in Gen 2. I don't know Gen 1, right? I don't know how it worked in Gen 1, but Gen 2 specifically, I know. Female Pokemon could not have a high attack IV. So, because the attack IV is what determined the gender, and you had numbers 0 to 15 in Gen 2 for some reason. And so if it was a 1/8 chance, it had to be a 1 or a 2. Or I guess, yeah, 0 to 15, so it had to be a 0 or a 1, right? Because 0 to 15, there's 16 numbers there, so 2 of them would be female, and it was 0 and 1. Yeah, and then obviously as your fractions changed, you just kept going up the scale. Alright, so we throw Pokeball with... I think we Pokeball with Espeon's turn? No, Umbreon has down attack, right? So we'll do it this way. Actually, if they have the same IV in special attack and attack, it would deal the same damage, but because Umbreon is down, that means it will deal slightly... Did I just drop stream? That came out of nowhere. Like, my network connection was still good. Everything's fine. It says I dropped 0 frames. It just randomly popped up the message, hey, you're disconnected. Hey, you're reconnected. And I was explaining all the math, too. You know how much effort it is to explain math? Like, it's not an easy task, guys. Oh, I should have confusioned the... Hindsight. If the Furret is out and the Ariados isn't, Confusion the Furret, catch it, because it's a guaranteed catch, and then just kill the Ariados in one shot. Duh. Just completely inted on that. Anyway. Yeah. Back to Gen 2. You can't send reactions! Did they... I wonder if the stream hasn't been up long enough because it disconnect... Excuse me? I got so lucky. I'm pretty sure that Ariados has Pin Missile, and it could have just wrecked Espeon. They tried to Nightshade the Umbreon. I don't know why, but they really like to Nightshade Umbreon and not Espeon, and I don't know why. Best guess, it has something to do with it being a dark type, and like them seeing this is a not very effective move, but it deals the most damage, and I don't know. Anyway, yeah, I switched from Umbreon because we just caught the Furret. Right, this is the battle that you catch the Furret in, so I also think this thing's only damaging move is Nightshade. So see, and that's kind of what I thought too, but I also forgot that Swift doesn't hurt ghost types because I'm an idiot. But they consistently only Nightshade Umbreon until Furret's on the field, until it's Furret Espeon, and then they will Nightshade Espeon because obviously they can't Nightshade Furret. So I don't really know. I think it's, again, best guess is it's something to do with the Gen 3 AI, because this is also the AI that says, okay, which of my Pokemon has a, right, my Pokemon just fainted, I need to throw out another one. So the AI goes, okay, which one has a super effective move? Looks for super effective moves, and then says, okay, now I'm going to look at the type of the Pokemon that has the super effective moves. And you would think it would take stab into account, but no, it doesn't. What it does instead is it throws out the type that is weak to whatever you have out. Yeah, you heard that right. So, in essence, it picks the bad Pokemon every time with a super effective move. So my guess would be the reason they like to Nightshade Umbreon is because it sees the not very effective move dealing a lot of damage. And so it goes, oh, like overflow error almost. This shouldn't happen, I need to click it. I think Pokemon Challenges had a whole thing on it in his Emerald Kaizo run about actually causing overflow errors to bait out specific Pokemon. And the only way to do the overflow error is, oddly enough, not to... Oh, hey. That's helpful. Yeah, so I wonder, like I said, I wonder if that, maybe all of Twitch buffered for a second, and so no one can use reactions because, like, Twitch is seeing the stream only up for, like, 30 seconds or something. Who knows? But I was like, I had a plan here, but I don't remember what it was. Alright, we're gonna try this. Oh. Well, fine. Apparently they just do it to small streamers. Way to go. We're gonna try this. I don't know if it'll work. But this will prove or disprove 100% if this is 100% catch rate. Okay, that's 100% catch rate. There's no shot that that would have worked otherwise. Also, I said small streamer, not small. This is not small. My wife is small. I am not. I am not swole either, but I am not small. I think we bite here, and we're gonna go ahead and actually swap War Turtle in just for the heart gauge. Okay. Get that heart gauge drop. He's both small and small. You know, that's fair. Oh, hey, we got the flinch. We're just gonna keep doing that and switch over to Furret. Because we want follow me and body slam as fast as possible. Ah, reactions work again. Good, 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 good. I actually looked at their reaction stuff the other day, and I was like, holy cow. So many reactions. I appreciate it, by the way, Ryan. Aww. Now they don't work at the other stream. It's infectious. It's just moving stream to stream. Yeah, I don't remember what my things actually were, but like I remember looking at it going, oh my gosh, that's a huge number. Maybe I can look it up on my phone so it doesn't mess with my desktop audio. Let's see here. Alright. That is infuriating, but also okay, because this just lets us swap out to Furret one more time. And not take poison damage, because it'll die. Let's see here. It's currently not letting me see things. Oh, hey, Soldier followed. Thanks, Soldier. I don't know if you're still here or not, but thanks. It's cool when people drop in and drop a follow, but don't immediately try to sell me art. Don't get me wrong. Nothing wrong with art. I appreciate art. I appreciate people that do art, because I cannot. But please don't just drop in here, try to sell me things, get aggressive when I don't want to buy it, and then leave. I legit had someone try to sell me something. They were like, hey, I can like really spruce up your channel, and gave me a bunch of like it was good, don't get me wrong, it's just not this channel. Like, you can see the background image, right? It's nice and calm. You know, chat's pretty chill. Oh, Soldier, you're still here. Awesome. Like, it's neat, but it's not loud and flashy. And everything they had was neon colors, strobing things, and I was like, look, dude, that's just not me. And they were like, well, let's try to work something out. And I was like, okay, sure. Mind you, they're messaging me while I'm at work. And so, lo and behold, I had to go deal with something. I came back 20 minutes later to 14 messages, half of them with the rolling eye emoji. And I was like, dude, like, how does this sell things? I'm so confused. Take this as a note, anyone watching. Don't do that. And maybe you will get clients. I'm not guaranteeing it, because I'm not an idiot. But just don't do that. Alright, here's confusion into Furret. Perfect, actually. I really like that. Don't actually like that. I would like it to live. Perfect. Now I can switch our Furret in. Oh, wait. Furret doesn't get EVs. What am I talking about? Pfft, who cares? Hypnosis. Ha! You fool. Okay. Yeah, Furret doesn't get EVs. so we're just gonna Swift here. It also just occurred to me that their Furret knows Follow Me, so that was a really good move, unintentional. Was that the second crit? Dude, Espeon hated that thing. Alright, bonk. That was huge damage, holy cow. Yeah, so this is probably going to put Espeon to sleep, right? Yeah. Also take note, the eyes close. I appreciate that. That's, like, it's a small touch, but it's a good touch. Looking at you, Terra. Terra'd Pokemon in Scarlet Violet. Actually, did they fix that? I don't remember. I know they used to not fall asleep. They wouldn't close their eyes, they just stare at you, and it was kind of creepy. Yeah, that's fair. I actually really like Mystery Dungeon, how they have specific, like, asleep animations. I mean, obviously they're real small, right? So it's easier to do that. But I do really like that. I see what you're saying, though. Yeah, if they would stop moving, it would make a little more sense. Bonk. Perfect. Espeon levels, very, very good. They do move slower, at least. They're not quite as fast. And they do the same thing in the party, don't they? They bob a little slower. Well, initially. This one, they don't do anything. I actually do like the portrait over, like, some of the sprites, especially the Gen 2 sprites. Oh my word, that was horrible trying to remember which one was which. Especially with the nicknames going on. But, like, even the Gen 3 sprites, like, they're cool. I like them. But I think I do like the portraits more. I just think they're neat. That's it. There's a cat in here. I did not realize there was a cat in here until it sneezed. I do... I wonder if they actually did that because they didn't want to, like, create a mini 3D sprite or something. Because obviously it wouldn't look real great if they had the like emerald sprites in this game. It would look really weird. Wait, what? No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, let me battle you. I thought I just lost Roost. It's not super useful right now, but obviously it's Roost. It's good. Like Noctowl can learn it later. I think you get an Altaria. I think. There's a bunch of random Pokemon that can learn Roost too, right? Like Dunsparce. We'll leave Umbreon in for the turn, so we're not just like a super passive turn. We're gonna bite Beautifly, and we're gonna switch to Wartortle. Yeah. Also, these models aren't great, I have to say. The Gen 3 Pokemon have pretty solid models, but you can tell the Gen 1 and Gen 2 Mon are from like older games, and it doesn't quite fit. But like Umbreon works, but I think that's mostly because there's not a ton of detail. It's black, like, right? There's not a lot of color variation. I would really love a remake of this game where they redo the models in a similar art style. That's important. because BDSP's models I'm not a huge fan of. Ow. That's actually really bad. You mean, like... I don't know what you're going... Are you going for Battle Revolution or Pokemon Stadium? I don't know which one you're going for. Battle Revolution, okay. That's... You said battle in there, and so I was like... Battle Revolution, Colosseum, or Pokemon Stadium 1 or 2. I actually haven't done a whole lot with Battle Revolution. Yeah, so my brother-in-law actually bought it I don't know how many years ago, and they still have it. And I saw it, and I was like, oh, that's super cool. Thinking it was a little bit more in-depth than what it was. And I was like, oh. I was thinking it was closer to Pokemon Stadium, because Pokemon Stadium is great. Right? Like, Pokemon Stadium is peak Pokemon Battle Simulator game. Because it had other things. Right? It wasn't just Battle Simulator. It was good. After this turn, we might need to switch Furret out until Beautifly's down. Oh, it's down. Perfect. Anyway, I actually heard... I don't remember who's talking about it. Might have been Wolfie. Wolfie might have talked about it. But I feel like it could have very well been someone... Oh, I forgot you had a citrus berry. Just burn that for no reason. It could have been someone else. Anyway, the important part here is they talked about how at Worlds, people that lost or were in the open and came, you know, doing their own thing, they would have, and they have side tournaments at World 2, including like Pokemon Go, and they had Pokken, but I think that's gone now. Anyway, important part here. This is the important part. People would bring their like N64s, and they would play the mini games from Pokemon Stadium because they were so awesome. And I think that's like a really good metric for if you made a good game. If, you know, 20 plus years after its conception, people are still bringing it to tournaments just to chill, hang out, and play your mini games. Like, that's amazing. And obviously some people played, you know, they did the whole battling side of it too. But most people were more interested in the mini games. So we are now in an interesting situation where Furret is in hyper mode. And that might actually be the secret we've been kind of missing. Maybe to make it a little easier to catch some stuff, we put specific Pokemon into hyper mode. The only problem is that's really hard to do. And knock out the things that we're not trying to catch via critical Shadow Rushes. Who knows? They do disobey sometimes in hyper mode, but I don't remember what they do. Do they loaf? Do they use a random move? Do they pick a new target? Because I know disobedience in the main series can cause confusion. It can, you know, use a random move. I think in double battles they can hit their allies. Can just straight up hit themselves. There was... I feel like I'm missing one. Oh, they can run. I think that they can, like, force switch. But I'm not 100% on that one. All the others except for Double Battle. The Double Battle one and the force switch, I'm not 100% on. Everything else, I'm pretty confident. Okay, so I think we stop here, the same place that we started, because it's been over 5 hours. We will pick back up on Thursday, and I will... 22 minutes straight. Yeah. Don't worry, go watch the VOD. It'll be up shortly. Although, to some of you, it might already be up because you might be watching it. If you are, I appreciate it. And if you're not, I don't know how you're seeing this. Anyway, thank you, Rhyme, for being here. Thank you, Soldier, for being here. This has been an eventful ride. We will be continuing on Thursday if you're watching on YouTube. Thanks for watching. Go ahead, drop a comment about how I am on, like, run 15 or something like that. And go ahead and click that subscribe button so you can see the absolute amount of chaos that's going to happen. Thank you again, and I will see you all next time.